Okay then. It's... what day is it today? Tuesday? Is it Tuesday? Hang on, let me just check something. Like, I know things, obviously, but like, it's just... it's Tuesday. Oh god, Tuesday. Tuesday is the Mondayest of days. I don't know how to describe this, but Monday feels like a Tuesday, and Tuesday feels like a Monday. Because, like, Monday, there's at least a thing about it to hate. Tuesday, you're like, well, it's not the first day, it's not even the middle day. What are you doing, Tuesday? Anna, you've been here for 105 streams. Are you okay? Like, I'm just going to check in there. Make sure, you know, you're doing all right. No, you're not okay. Good answer. Right, let's go. I've had no lunch. My lunch is a double-decker. See? Double-decker. It's a good biscuit. It's a good chocolate bar. You're doing fine. I'm glad you're doing fine. How am I today? I've been shopping for a coffee table, which is like the most adult thing you could do. It's more adult than anything else. It's that moment that you have in life when you think, I need a table, but not a big one. But also not a small one. There is a perfect dimension of table, both height, length, width, and design and style, that will suit me to the ground, but I don't know what it is. That's what I'm struggling with. Like, what is a whelming table? I have managed to narrow it down using maths, a ruler, and opening a load of board games that I've got and checking that how big they need to be via measuring it on the... Okay, basically, I've been opening a load of board games and arranging them as if I had people to play with on the carpet. Then I've been measuring the area of the carpet that I've been using, and then I've been working out the closest that I could have to a coffee table that I need to purchase to facilitate that. Now, the only problem, of course, is that I then need people to actually turn up. Standard 40k game table actually won't be big enough for that. That would be 112 centimeters by 150 centimeters. And because I already checked, I can, I think, just about fit a 70 centimeter wide by a 130 centimeter length by a 50 centimeter height table. That's it. How do you know where the carpet ends and Josh begins? Pip, you don't. You just have to guess, okay? Yeah, width, length, and height. The three genders of coffee table design. Yeah, length. How long something is. Like depth. How deep something is. Just use one full room in your mansion. If only. If only I had the mansion. I'll get there one day, don't you worry. But no, I've discovered a couple of places that I think roughly kind of sell what I need. That pirate just drowned themselves rather than deal with me. God damn. You have to have a table by then. CD, I'll see if I can get a table by then. No promises, but I think I should be able to. Like, by then, I should be good. Okay? Can't believe that guy just ran away again. Hello there. So yes, I've managed to work out that basically I need a coffee table that is no higher than 50 centimeters, no longer than 150, and no wider than 70 centimeters. The absolute ideal coffee table would be 150 centimeters by 70 centimeters and 50 centimeters high. And the annoying thing is, I did find that exact shape of a coffee table in a shop. And I'm like, this is perfect. How much is this? And they went, that's £800. And I'm like, no, I'll just play on the floor. Absolutely not. Good Lord. Is it a magic coffee table? Is it going to play the board game against me? Is it going to make me a cup of tea when I ask it? God damn. I'll go to Argos and just get two smaller tables and tape them together. At that point, I'm not going to make my own table. At that point, I expect to be able to turn up to your shop and play on your tables. God damn. Wow. So the tree just died for nothing. It died apparently for pure ego of someone going, yes, this is an £800 coffee table. I'm like, wow. I guess I'm going back to IKEA. Sounds like you need to find a theatrical carpenter friend and work out a trade. Right. As much as it might seem so, my life is not the trading game from the old Legend of Zelda games. It's not going to be me walking into a pub and going, I shall perform a soliloquy for thee in exchange for a table of these exact dimensions. And then just work out exactly how big everything needs to be. Imagine not using a coaster on that table. Look, if I pay £800 for a coffee table, I want to be able to put a drink anywhere on it and a coaster just magically appear. I'm wondering if the coasters supplied for it cost like an extra £100 each. Your setup is on a big IKEA box, the desk is inside of it. Look, if you buy a desk from IKEA and you don't take it out the box and you just use the box as a surface to put things on, technically, it's still serving its purpose as a desk. You haven't been here in a while, you feel something changed. What happened? I don't know what's changed. But yeah, you can use a desk by just not opening. It's the same thing, just less work. If anything, more rigidity. You get yourself a nice coffee table at £250 from a good store that brings quality Chinese furniture. That's fine. I will find... There's a thing in the UK, I don't know if this is true in the US, but in the UK there's a load of furniture stores that are obviously owned by like one-off families, and they've got no internet presence, and they're normally in like a big warehouse in some kind of industrial park somewhere, and you'll just find furniture there that you've never seen before and will never see again. And every single item is the last of something. It's a beautiful experience to have. It's the best furniture around, like it's made of pure marble and they're selling it for like £50. It's a very strange setup. I mean, like, I appreciate the fact that it's all there. Like, I'll take it. That feels like a fever dream. What, do you mean going into the actual shop? It does feel a bit weird, doesn't it? Most of your furniture is either inherited. Yeah, that could work. I'll go and see what my dad's got and then ask if he's feeling okay. You know, walk up and be like, hey, Dad, you've got a really nice little coffee table there. That's the right size. How's your health? Are we expecting anything anytime soon? Any undiagnosed illnesses? I'm just checking, because otherwise I've got to spend apparently £800 on a table. And of course I'd miss you, but, you know, every cloud has a coffee table attached to it. Any cathedral today? I think I might have leveled out of the cathedral, and I don't think there's anything in Uldaman that I actually need to get. So I will need to double check, but I think I'm actually doing okay as far as Cathedral and Uldaman stuff goes. I mean, the only thing that Uldaman might give me is the hammer. There you go. You know what? You, my friend. There you go. Have Blessing of Wisdom. Go for it. Moving on, you know what? Yeah, we could move on to Zul'Farrak. In fact, I don't need to fully move on to Zul'Farrak yet because we did some farming runs of Zul'Farrak, and I actually managed to get one of the swords, either Sang and or Zang Thrace, the hammer or the ring from Arcadius. So I've got the ring already. I managed to get the intellect and spirit. It's not perfect because obviously I don't need a huge amount of spirit because that's health regen outside of combat. But Voice Star says, do you need help? Hang on. I will say no thank you, do you? Ooh, there's a chest over here. So I've got a ring already. Don't think I need that. We can always go and kill Archaeus more, because there's always nice to have, you know, more rings and stuff. Don't need to go up there. Do need to kill one more of you guys, and then we are good to go. Spirit is mana ren in combat and out of combat. Oh, really? Okay, hang on. Spirit, that's mana regeneration per 5 seconds. Oh, it's while not casting. Okay, so it's... as long as I'm not actively casting a spell, I'm still regenerating mana. That's decent. I can do that. Right, I think I've just finished the pirate quest. What is that? Firebeard's head. Let's go and try and kill Firebeard, wherever he may be. Sure, I can probably take on one dude. One fiery beard. If I was Firebeard the pirate, where would I be? The kitty is already blessed, worry not. They're cool shops in Portsmouth for furniture. I'll give it a go. I'll have a look at it. Gonna help this person with whatever they're doing. There we go. Now, does Firebeard spawn around here? Like, are they a boss? There's also a shipment thing over here. Does Josh need to learn about MP5? MP5? The machine gun? I would never joke about a weapon like that. My goodness. Right, let me just stick on Blessing of Mana. Then get rid of it, then do that. He spawns next to the fire. Okay, gotcha. I'll get the item from in here, then I'll go and get the thing from next to the fire. I think I'm learning Paladin, though. I'm slowly starting to get how Paladin does and doesn't work. Especially with stuff like that. Blessing of Sanctuary, combined with Holy Shield, combined with Consecration, combined with Retribution Aura. Basically, I haven't realized this, but enemies are taking a lot of damage whenever they hit me. It's a submachine gun. Thanks. How many times have I been asked about the Race to World First today? That's the first time. You are the first person to ask about that. Congratulations. What is the Race to World First? Tell me all about it. Fill me in. I'm guessing it's another race. Possibly to the world's first kill of a boss. It's always the kill of a boss, isn't it? Also, why am I holding my hands up like I'm punching them? And I'm just sticking my entire hammer through my head. I'm guessing I was disarmed. Right, let me just do that, then this, then this, then this. Right, now you should be taking a ton of damage, and I should not be taking a ton of damage. I do like seeing all the numbers just constantly tick down. That makes me happy. That sparks joy right there. That is a good thing. Yeah, why am I holding my hands up to my face to punch when I should be swinging a hammer? It feels weird that I'm doing that. Gotta be some kind of glitch somewhere. Let's kill you. Then we kill you. Those guys disarmed me a lot. They did disarm me a lot. I honestly was a little bit upset by it. The Scarlet Monastery weapons and armor. They look cool, don't they? They do look cool. Like they've got swag to them. They've got what the kids would call skibbity riz. And we've managed to kill all 3 of you. That is lovely. Check me out. Now the question is, where is the... There's meant to be something here, a shipment that has been delayed from somewhere. Is it up here? Yes, there's the delayed shipment. The Skibbity Riz Amogus. Yes. The Rafflecopter does indeed go swa 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 swa. That's what the ancient ones among us understand. Is Riz still the current word or is there a new word? I don't know. I do not know. Some of you don't understand the noise the Rafflecopter makes, and honestly, I think that's... Right. I was trying to shift 1, come to the defense of a friendly target, and help out with this. Are we going back to swag? When will Groovy make a return? When do we get my favourite back, which was Doody? Not as in D-O-O-D-Y, as in the American poop, but Doody as in D-U-D-E-Y. As in, oh, that's really cool, like you are a dude. Rad is still a good one. Rad is that's a sweet word. When will tubular come back? Make it come back right now. What's the new YouTube update that people are upset about? It's the way that YouTube counts a view and the way view counters will be affected. So, as it stands, different social media sites count a view as a different thing. A view on TikTok simply states that the video or the began playing or the image was viewed. Doesn't matter if it's for a frame or two. If the video starts playing, the video has been viewed. In Instagram, to get a view, the video simply needs to play for about a second. That counts as a view. YouTube, however, have always counted views a bit differently. There are... What's the best way to phrase this? There are different numbers and different ways that they count what a different type of interaction is. There is an impression, which is we have shown this video to someone, we have put this video in someone's recommended feed, we have included this as a video that auto-plays after another video. Impressions are the amount of people that have been exposed to that video in some way. And the view counter actually counts what we refer to as engaged views. And an engaged view is a tad different. An engaged view is normally they watch the video for beyond 20 to 30 seconds. They actively had the video in a focused window that wasn't minimized. They had the volume of the video up, or they actively clicked on the thumbnail of the video from a recommendation or from another video. There was a level of process that the viewer is slightly more invested and engaged within that video, and that's what counted as a view. YouTube has now changed it, so absolutely any engagement, even a single frame playing from an autoplay, whether it's a short or a long video, whether it is mousing over and a tiny part of the video playing, that now counts as a view. Which means that videos that would have got 200,000 views are now going to show 400,000 views, because that's the amount of people that actively view the videos, but they weren't necessarily engaged viewers. Now, the reason that engaged viewers were actually really valuable was the view counts on sites like TikTok are hugely inflated. because the bare minimum still counts as a view. And because of this, advertisers know that a view on TikTok is not as valuable as a counted view on YouTube, because a counted view on YouTube used to be an engaged view. You could see the audience you were actually attracting, and advertisers would say, okay, we will pay you based on the amount of views you get. We'll give you, this much if you get 1 million TikTok views and this much if you get 100,000 YouTube views, because they knew that YouTube views were just substantially harder to get. With the change, the numbers are all going to be a lot higher. But they may not necessarily represent a fair, engaged view anymore. What this will mean is that if it takes the advertisers a while to catch up, a YouTube viewer might be able to say, hey, if my video gets 1 million views, will you pay me a bonus of an extra $10,000? And the advertisers might go, yeah, because that's really worth it on YouTube. And then you get it, and then they turn around and go, hang on, we're not seeing any more actual click-through for our advert. We're not seeing any more benefit from this. And that's because the way the views of counts have been changed. View counts will go up. Engaged viewers will stay exactly the same. It's the best way to look at it. But the metrics won't show it. The metrics that we can see from YouTube are actually phenomenally good. The amount of data that you have access to as a YouTube viewer. One thing that it will show, and this will make YouTubers sad, is it will show a huge drop in 30-second engagement rates. Because normally when someone clicks a video, we have the metric of how long does someone watch for, how often do they click off. And we tend to call this, consistent views. Does someone watch your video for longer than a minute? Almost any video on YouTube will see roughly a 50 to 60% drop-off in viewers after the first 30 seconds. That's just average. If you can have a 50% viewer base within the first minute of your video happening, amazing. That sounds crazy, but that's genuinely amazing. If you can get even 20% of people to watch your video all the way through, god damn, that's huge. Now, one of the reasons that advertisers like my channel is my full video engagement rate is about 45 to 50%, which is big. That's really big. Oh, hang on, got the boss. Unfortunately, he's got me too. So here we go. Alright, let's see what I can do. YouTube are basically going to change the number that you see and that the creators see because they're changing how that number is being recorded. It won't change viewer habits. It will change what advertisers think YouTube is and isn't doing. It's the best way to look at it. Hey, we killed them. There we go, level 45 enemy. Dominated. Light years away, that's another good point of putting out. A lot of people do push their socials too early in the video. You know, one thing that I've learned since making YouTube videos full time is most videos on YouTube are really bad. Do you want one of my most controversial opinions? We've been streaming for at least 10 minutes now. You guys deserve a controversial opinion. Are you ready? Are you ready for a controversial opinion? Everyone get ready. Here we go. I used to really dislike the fact that the top 10%, the top 5% of creators got all the work. I used to hate the fact that the top 10% of streamers were holding all of the audience. I used to get really irritated at that fact. I'm like, that's not fair. It should be, spread out fairer. And so I decided to do something. I decided to watch the bottom 90% of streamers, the bottom 90% of YouTube videos. I thought, right, you know what? If I'm going to have a moral standpoint on this, why don't I go and actually watch them? The vast majority of YouTube videos are bad. There are a huge amount of streamers out there that suck. And then I used to get annoyed that at conventions there were cosplayers, there were creators that always kept being given all the work. And I realized that's because they do the work. Think about all the people you know. Think about the fact that some people are just more consistent and more reliable and will always give you a slightly higher quality of finished product. Think about the fact that some people are just safe to work with. Some people are reliable. Some people are pleasant to work with. And then I realized that when I had all my friends complaining at me that it was unfair, that they weren't getting anywhere near the numbers they deserved, I actually watched their content and I realized it wasn't edited, it wasn't balanced, it wasn't scripted, it wasn't well researched, it wasn't engaging, it wasn't giving the audience the thing that the audience wanted, and they felt that just by engaging within the process. I've worked with cosplayers that got given contracts to produce work that then didn't produce the work, that then got annoyed that no one came to them to produce more work, and I'm thinking, well, yeah, why would someone do that? You've already shown to be unreliable. You've already shown to produce low quality work. You've already shown that working with you is a bad business decision. So why would someone do it again? Yeah, that's my controversial opinion, is that while I understand that nepotism exists, and while I understand that some people are they're born on third base and they think they hit a triple, there is a huge amount of personal responsibility that also needs to be taken by a lot of creators, and questions need to be asked and said, hey, sometimes the work is going to people and the numbers are going to people who are just consistently putting up good results. That's one of the easiest things. Yeah, that's just it. So that's one of my controversial opinions. If you know 100 people and you give all the 100 people the same job, 10 of them will just straight up do that job better. Like, there's going to be a top 10. And so when you need to do that job again, you're going to give it to the top 10 people first. And then when you need to do the job again, you're going to give it to more people and more people. And the people that keep putting up results are going to be given the work. And the people that don't put up the results are not going to be given the work. And I'm absolutely sure that if you guys work in any kind of corporate field, any kind of office, you will also understand that there are people that you will go to as a priority because you just know you're going to get the results you need from this person. So one of my controversial opinions is when people complain that sometimes some people get all the work, sometimes it's because those people are just really easy to work with. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not a massive fan of the fact that the voice acting world seems to have its darlings and will always go to the same people, no matter what the project is. But I am also aware that when you go to those people, you are going to them because they are very reliable, very professional, and do the thing that you need them to do. So from a business point of view, I also completely understand why you wouldn't deviate. If you were in charge of a project and someone said, hey man, we need this project to be done, do you want to take a risk on someone that's brand new that has no proven track record, or do you want to go to someone who is guaranteed to be good at it? You're gonna go to the person that's guaranteed to be good at it. Like, when someone says there's a new video game coming out, it's got Matthew Mercer, Ben Starr, and Neil Newbon in it. I'm like, okay, cool. Of course it has. That's just the guaranteed, that's the trifecta. You put them all in a game. And people get very annoyed that these names are popping up everywhere. But you know what? Matthew Mercer, Ben Starr, and Neil Newbon turn up, do the work very professionally, are lovely and polite, are great to work with, and then, this is very important, leave. They don't hang around and be awkward. They turn up, give you the product, and go, which is phenomenally rare within the acting world. Nolan North, Nathan Fillion. You want to get these people? They're going to put up numbers. They're going to put up results. Ooh, do I want a bucket head or do I want shoes? Oh, hang on. Hang on. Oh, no, they're both cloth. That one's plate, but I don't think... Oh, it actually is a good helmet. It's not as good. Less strength, less stamina. I'm going to sell this. Right, I'll take that helmet and I'll sell it. Hang around and be awkward in what way? So, there... Again, I've got to be careful here. Within the acting and the creation world, you will meet some weird people. And sometimes these people aren't great at understanding that being friendly is not the same as being friends. And you sometimes end up talking to people who are a little bit awkward in that when the event has finished, when the process is done, they will just continue talking and act. Hey, do you want to go and grab a drink after this? You know what? Hey, maybe we should hang out. Want to watch a film together? You know, oh, I'm actually in this area over there. Let's go and grab lunch. We'll get some friends together. You should come over to my place for a bit and all that stuff. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. There have been auditions, if you will, where once the actor has auditioned, I've known some of the actors, I'm not going to name names, once the actor has auditioned, they then hang around the building until the auditions have finished, just so they can happen to bump into the casting director, and they just happen to be staying at a hotel close to where the casting director is, and they just happen to want to grab a drink together when they had just been hanging around waiting for that to happen, to schmooze, and it's very awkward. And, yeah. And sometimes one of the nicest things you can do when you hire a professional is know that they will turn up, do the work, and then go away. That's great. There is a value in discipline. There is a value in talent and charm. And part of the discipline and the talent and the charm is knowing when you need to just step back. Right, what was the quest I was just given right now about... That was the one. Bring Stolly's boots to Seawolf in Booty Bay. Booty Bay? Where is Booty Bay? Where is... Hang on, isn't Booty Bay... Yeah, Booty Bay's over in Stranglethorn Vale, isn't it? Okay, right, so we've got to go all the way back to Stranglethorn Vale. However, while I'm here, what else needs to be done? There's a couple of quests over here that I can go and grab and sort out, actually. It's a whole continent away. I'm not doing it. Increase all damage by 5%. And, ooh, when you have less than 35%, increase damage caused by Holy Shield. Increase the number of charges by 2. I'm going to need to go with that, because that's cool. So, yeah, one of my most controversial opinions is sometimes the top 10% of work is given to the people who are reliable enough to do the work. And... oh, God, man, I mean, I've got some controversial opinions, and I'm just slowly bringing you guys into them. But one of them is, a couple of years ago, I met a rapper called Zuby. And he was selling his CDs kind of just in like a market stall in the place where I worked at the time. Zuby has since become exceptionally successful. And I'll tell you what, in real life, face-to-face, lovely dude. Like, absolutely jacked, huge guy, but also, you know, very polite, very chilled out. And one of the opinions that Zuby once voiced that I disagreed with out of, I want to say, like, emotional response immediately, and then I kind of examined it, and I think, yeah, you know what, possibly... Capture the 3 spirits of Screechers and Feralis. What the hell is Feralis? Where's Feralis? Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay. Right, we'll travel that way. One of the opinions Zuby had that I disagreed with out of, I think, emotional pushback, and have since changed my mind on, was there are a lot of people that if you gave them every advantage, if you took like 1,000 people and you gave all 1,000 people, you forced everyone to start from scratch and gave no one any advantage, Some of the people that are currently not doing too well at life would continue to not do too well. And some of the people that are doing quite well would find a way to return to doing quite well. I think a lot of it is, again, this is going to sound controversial. I've met a lot of people that complained about not being given the chances that other people were given, and even when they were given the chances, I saw them squander them. And then if you guys have ever experienced that. But I want people to have more chances. I want things to be fair. I want people to be able to have experiences in life they wouldn't be able to have before. I do want that. But I have also noticed that a huge amount of people that complain they don't have that, when they get given those chances, do not use them well. I think the reason I think these things are controversial is because I spent a lot of time around very, very dogmatic left-wing people. And while I still consider myself politically left, I am starting to realize that a lot of it was emotions over actual useful processes. Don't worry, this is not my weird, hard right turn arc. But at the same time, I'm thinking, there are a couple of people here who complained about not having chances, and when you were given the chances, you did just kind of fuck around for a while. Yeah, that's next week. Don't worry. Remember, guys, give a man a fire, you keep him warm for a day, but set a man on fire, and you keep him warm for the rest of his life. Like, I know a lot of people who earn a lot of money who do not have a lot of money because their spending habits are dire. And then I know a lot of people who do not earn a lot of money who have been able to save up a hell of a lot because they are remarkably smart and frugal. And I sometimes think, if you were to take 10,000 people and give them all the same amount of money, the people who are good with it now will be good with it then and turn it into more. And the people who are bad with it now will be bad with it then. I suppose this boils down to, sometimes it's your fault. That's my controversial opinion. Sometimes, I mean, not everything. Everyone's got circumstances, everyone's got different problems, everyone's got different skills, you know, the world's against you. Sometimes, you just make bad choices. Repeatedly. You say that's just common sense. I've been made to feel really bad for having these kind of opinions. People have been like, no, that's not true at all, that's not right. They've been kept down by the man. Like, who? Who has been forcing these people to make these bad decisions repeatedly? I think the internet has made us more extreme one way or the other. It's always convenient when it's someone else's fault. And you know what? Sometimes it straight up is. Sometimes it just straight up is someone else's fault. Sometimes someone else has just been ruining your day. There is no denial for that. Sometimes it's just somebody else's fault. No denying you did nothing wrong. Remember, Captain Jean-Luc Picard, it is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. That is not a weakness. That is life. We all know that. But if you are displaying a pattern of continued issue, maybe, possibly, you're just making bad choices. Right, so I've got that, and I've got that. That's what I need for this. Sometimes you need to introspect, and you know what? You might come to the conclusion of, actually, there was nothing else I could have done here. This was entirely out of my control. I did the best I could. And that's fine. If you come to that conclusion, absolutely fine. Your continued issue is that you're just really eepy. That's understandable. That's why people are like, there has to be a man responsible. Maybe this is weird, but when people keep saying that they're being kept down by the man, my first choice is, can I become the man? Like, you're telling me that somewhere there is somebody in charge of you, subjugating you, holding you down, and benefiting from all the things you do while not doing anything themselves. Could I have that job? Like, you hate this guy, clearly, but, like, no one's asking, who's doing it? I could do it. Maybe it's just the British in me, but as soon as I heard that there was someone there was a guy, a fictional guy that everyone was blaming for every problem, and get this, that guy never suffered any problems, he never had any issues, he always had all the money and all the free time and all the power, and everyone was working for him. I could do that. That's a role made for me. Whoever the man is, I can be. Nobody even knows that guy's name. He's the Lizard King. I want to do that. That's what I want to be. I want to be the man that keeps everyone else down. And you guys can all be annoyed and you can all be like, oh, I'm going to stick it to the man, but I'm still going to be in charge. All right? You can't do that. You can hate me, but I'm going to be the guy in charge. I think I realized that I was maybe a little bit controversial when I watched Avatar and thought that the humans were the good guys. And I'm going to be real, still do. I'm sorry, you're making me watch this film. You're making me watch this sci-fi film about these blue space hippies who live on a planet that has a resource that we need, and I'm watching this incredibly cool military dude who promised to give another guy his legs back and also flies an attack ship while drinking a cup of tea in the morning, and you don't want me to root for him. You made me watch Alien and I rooted for the human. And you made me watch Terminator and I rooted for the human-like one. And you made me watch all these films and I'm like, humanity. Brilliant. Go for it. And then you make me watch Avatar and at the end it's like, and then the planet got bombarded and humans didn't get what they need. I'm like, round two then, lads. Let's just keep going. This is British fantasy. I swear to God, you play Rule Britannia while you fly those attack ships through the air, we would have won. You rooted for the humans in Avatar. I'm sorry, you mean the Imperial Guard? You mean the Astra Militarum? You mean the guys in the jungle? Yeah. Dude, I'm British. You show me a film of a force invading somewhere they don't own to take their resources, I am straight on that side. I nearly ran down to the docks and jumped on the nearest naval ship out of pure patriotism. I was seeing if I could sign up. They were like, we need to get the unobtainium. I'm like, we goddamn do. Let's do it. You can't make the general in the Avatar film look like the most badass dude and then not expect me to be on his side. And you know what? He promises Jake Sully his legs back. And he actually does intend to go through with that and give him his legs back. Fantastic. There we go. No Smurf wife for you then. I'll be okay with that. Have I seen the new one? No. I watched the first Avatar and then stopped because honestly, I thought that the story had been told. And when the humans lost, I realized they weren't serious about making a good film. I was watching the battle in the first Avatar and I saw the bow and arrow pierce the screen, the flying screen, the viewing screen of one of their attack ships, and I thought, I don't know the current military specification of an attack ship, and I definitely don't know how armoured up the perspex needs to be in the front of the ship, but I'm pretty sure the armour rating is somewhere above Arrow. Those arrows are big, direct hit. It's an alien arrow. Someone is going to have to go back to Earth Command and be like, hey, someone's got to write a report. Someone's going to have to explain that they lost several gunships to arrows. And someone else is going to say, I'm sorry, what? What was arrows? The force of bending wood, hurling a projectile of, again, wood, a little bit of stone, and it managed to break through our military perspex, which is pretty tough. Like, don't get me wrong, arrows, a lot of kinetic energy, a lot of strength, a lot of power, and darts can pierce through bulletproof material, because bulletproof and stab-proof are different things. Bulletproof is normally a hell of a lot of layers of very thin fabric in order to dissipate energy kind of very quickly, and stab-proof is normally a physical barrier such as metal. But I don't think that an arrow should have been able to go through the viewing screen of a gunship. The arrows were made of a rare material called Perspex Begonium. I can't get behind Avatar when a clearly technologically superior military force loses to, like, the bow and arrow guy. Just, like, fly back a bit and fire more missiles. I think the missiles have more range than the arrows. It irritates me. I'm like, why? Why are you doing this? They've got alien bows. Just pull back. At that point, just pull back and nuke it. Like, why are we engaging in a battle that clearly puts the little flying dudes at the advantage? Just pull back and flamethrower the whole thing. I dislike this. The Brits totally lost against the Zulu, who had spears and shields. Yeah, for a bit. And then, like, we came back with more guys and more guns, and then we won. Like, nobody beats the Brits more than a couple of times. We are good at two things: winning and making excuses for losing. How important is the Geneva Convention in space? About as important as it is currently. And respected just as much. Anyway, basically, Avatar is the story of the humans losing, and I don't like that. Because I couldn't get behind it, I couldn't understand, I couldn't kind of become friends with them. I couldn't follow it. I didn't believe in it. Once you realize that Avatar is space Pocahontas. Oh, it absolutely is. The problem is that we didn't paint with all the colors of the wind. We should have just painted with the flamethrowers and the long-range missiles when we realized they had bows that could apparently pierce space and time. You will not convince me that the humans were the good guys in Avatar. No, you won't convince me the humans are the bad guys. They were the good guys, obviously. They're the humans. Therefore objectively correct and good and right by virtue of being humans. Arthas did do nothing wrong. That's true. Maybe I'm just speciesist. That might be what it is. Maybe in every sci-fi film that I've watched, the humans have just been the good guys. Starship Troopers. Humans are the good guys. Terminator. Humans are the good guys. Avatar. Humans are the good guys. Alien. Humans are the good guys. Maybe it's the fact that I'm playing a paladin, and maybe it's the fact that I'm fully decked out in Scarlet Crusade gear, but I'm starting to think that maybe everyone else is inferior to me. What else have we got going on here? That was a tough scorpid breastplate. Can't see what it looks like. Maybe we should just purge the other planets. What is my Warhammer preference? Astra Militarum, Imperial Guard. The good guys. Fallout. Humans are the good guys. Name one franchise where humans are the bad guys. Do it. You can't. Trick question. You can't. You can't do it. Did I say Exterminatus? At some point, it saves lives. You're actually helping people. Because by continuing the war on Pandora, you are risking human lives and Na'vi lives. If we just nuked the planet, we'd only be risking Na'vi lives. Terminator. Humans were the good guys. They sent the Terminator back in time to protect John Connor. That's a good thing to do. Soul Reaver. Moving on. Toy Story. Humans are the good guys. Children of Men. Humans are the good guys. Apart from a few of them who were a bit bad. Men in Black. We were the good guys. Listen, you might like to watch Avatar and you might be rooting for the Na'vi, but you know what? When the father of two gets back from the war and has to tell little Timmy that he isn't getting his unobtainium tea, that his little unobtainium lunchbox has broken, and his little unobtainium-powered train is no longer going to be functioning. What are you going to do then? Bambi. Humans were the bad guys. Do you think that maybe Avatar and Bambi exist within the same universe? Helldivers. Humans are the good guys. It's not called Evil Earth, is it? It's called Super Earth. Very clearly, good guys. Tarzan. Humans were the good guys. Tarzan was a human. Humans are the bad guys in every Final Fantasy game. Oh yeah, everyone hates Shinra, but they're all putting the kettle on to have a cup of tea. Where do you think the electricity's coming from? Star Wars. Objectively the good guys. What about the PlayStation 1 classic Murder, Death, Kill? Again, amazing game. The Jedi kind of suck if you go deep into the lore. I think if you go deep into the lore, Star Wars kind of sucks. I think it's fun as a kind of light-hearted space opera. But the more seriously you take it, the less fun it ends up being. Maybe that's just me. Small Soldiers. Okay, yeah, again, I watched Small Soldiers, and I'm like, obviously the human army are the good guy. Why is this film focusing so much on the Gorgonites? The Gorgonites were so smart. How come they're dead? Small Soldiers was a great film. Missed that film. Yeah, Gorgons are monsters. If the Gorgonites are good guys, why are they called Gorgons? What about the fact that I am playing as a paladin? Objectively, good guys. World of Warcraft. Humans, good guys. Name one wrong thing humans did. Anyway, to link this back to earlier. Everyone always says that the man is getting them down. I want to be the man. That's what I want to do. I just think that if there is this idealized ultimate portrayal of someone simply described as the man, and they are responsible for the subjugation of everyone else, and every bad thing is being linked to them, and they're always in charge, and they're all powerful, and they're all knowing. Like, how do you apply for that? When does that recruit? Is the man also controlled by another larger man? Is it just men all the way up? Maybe they're like, oh, that's just a conspiracy by Big Man. Planet of the Apes. Again, humans were the heroes because they also technically were the apes. Right, I've killed... Oh, bandits. That's what we need. Maybe it's the jailer's fault. Anyway, after playing a paladin for a few weeks, I have decided that I am morally superior to everyone else. And only I am allowed to be the arbiter of truth and justice. That's just what Paladin does. This is your brain. This is your brain on Paladin. You guys shouldn't have let me play Paladin. I should have played a druid. I should have been all nature, loving, friendly. All that jazz. We should have all just linked hands and sung Kumbaya. But you just had to let me play a paladin, didn't you? We all asked you to play a gnome mage. That would have just made me hate myself. Playing a human paladin has taught me to hate others. Would I follow Arthas? I'd be ahead of him. I mean, some would say he didn't go far enough. Do I need to change to Death Knight the moment Death Knight becomes available? Paladins do judge others, that's true. Purely thematically, the moment Death Knight becomes available in this game, I have to play it. Gnome Death Knight. No, because then I'd both hate myself and think I'm superior to others. You'd have that weird both superiority and inferiority complex going on at the same time. I'm not here to be complicated. I'm here to be right. Right, one more Wasteland Bandit. Do I delete this character and just remake them as a Death Knight? I'd keep this character, and I'd start a new Death Knight. Blizzard has still not confirmed anniversary going into Wrath of the Lich King. Guns, while I understand and agree with that, Blizzard would be stupid not to. Wrath of the Lich King is often considered the most successful and the most famous, and everyone loves it as an expansion. You have a load of people wanting and waiting for it to happen. It would print money to be able to do. I think Wrath will happen. You would be foolish to not move this into Wrath. If they end up making another server which stops at the Burning Crusade, do I trust Blizzard to make smart decisions? I trust them to make money. I trust Blizzard to make a decision that's going to be financially beneficial for them. If Classic Plus releases, no one will bother playing Wrath. Again, it's not confirmed yet. Okay, Guns. Wrath already exists. If Classic Plus gets announced, which I think it will, they don't need to develop anything new for Wrath to exist. They simply need to wait for the Burning Crusade expansion era, which this is, to start to die down and say, hey, you guys want to print some more money by doing no work? Let's just release content that we made 18 years ago. Then they release it again, then people resubscribe to it, then they come back, then they like it, then they move to Classic Plus. You literally have content already made for it. They will announce Classic Plus, and the Burning Crusade will move into Wrath of the Lich King eventually. They have the content already made. It would be successful. People are asking for it. If people want to stay on Classic, they can. If people don't want to move on, they don't have to. But I genuinely believe, and you can quote me on this, and if I'm wrong, I will deny it, that the Burning Crusade era will move into Wrath of the Lich King eventually. Classic Plus will be announced. That will make the most money. It's super easy to do again. It will take no development time. Leaving this in the Burning Crusade is not the best thing they could do. I think it would be silly to not do that. And while I understand none of this is 100% confirmed yet, I think it's all but guaranteed when you look at any smart business model. The Burning Crusade will turn into Wrath. They will use that to launch something. They'll probably launch it during the third or fourth quarter of a year when people are going to want to take some time off work for Christmas. It's a matter of time. It will happen. Because I'm pretty sure when they announced the Burning Crusade Classic, or the TBC era, or the anniversary, didn't they use Arthas in some of the announcement stuff? It's just a progression server. I'm sure they mentioned Wrath of the Lich King when they spoke about the anniversary servers. Because the first server has already gone up to Mists of Pandaria. And now they'll just announce more servers. Anniversary has been faster progression than the original one was, but yeah. Of course they'll do it. That's where you are and you hate Mr. Pandaria. I was never particularly bothered about Mr. Pandaria. Back in 2019, they said they would stop at the Burning Crusade. Did they genuinely say that about Anniversary? Because I think they'd be foolish to stop at the Burning Crusade when they've got the expansion that everyone's excited for. From what I can tell, a lot of people are playing the Burning Crusade in order to prep for the Lich King. Will I be maining this paladin in the race to world first? It's a worryingly low level if so. I will. It's the only way that I would be able to give anybody else a chance. I know it's a low level, but I don't want to feel like I'm just steamrolling everyone else. So part of it is me just wanting to, if anything, be fair. Progression past Wrath of the Lich King does seem a bit weird, doesn't it? I've got to give everyone else a chance. I think what'll happen is Anniversary will go to Wrath. They'll get all the stuff from that. If it goes to Cataclysm after that, it will see slightly less success. However, it will still see some money. And then in a couple of years' time, they'll do what EverQuest does, and they'll launch another progression server. And we'll just go from there again. Do I think they will ever release WoW on console? Eventually, yes. You'd be a fool not to, if you're able to make it work well on console. The nostalgia does feel like it drops off after Wrath. People have said that to me. But another important bit to remember is they'll just keep doing this. I think they'd be a fool not to make Classic Plus. I think they'll make Classic Plus, and I think once they've finished making Classic Plus, they will have a team of people dedicated to Classic Plus. And they'll treat it like old school RuneScape, where they have a team of people who make updates for World of Warcraft Classic Plus. New weapons, new armor, new items, new dungeons, new experiences. And I truly think Season of Discovery is a testing ground within a live server for what people do and don't like, and what they can and can't do with the tools. Because the toolkit for making stuff in Classic is going to be different to the toolkit they have for making stuff in retail. So there are probably going to be people that work at Blizzard who are amazing at making stuff in retail who won't know how to make stuff in Classic because of how the systems work. So Season of Discovery is a great testing ground. I think that's what it's going to be. Season of Discovery was working out what they can and cannot do. Basically OSRS and its spaghetti code. Yeah, pretty much. Like the game designers on RuneScape 3 or modern RuneScape may not know the limitations that old school RuneScape has. Classic is going to have more limitations. But will it be good? Dunno. Probably play it. I am enjoying the variety of the Paladin. The fact that I can put Seal of the Crusader onto myself, judge Seal of the Crusader in order to make the enemy take more holy damage, then put Consecration down, then put Seal of Righteousness up, then put the special shield on, which means they take damage when they hit me, and I've got Retribution Aura and Blessing of Sanctuary up. Oh, there's just so much stuff going on. Like, I feel there's a lot of variety here. Just run alongside the enemy and give him a good bonk. Now we've got all 5 water pouches. Do I think WoW is capable of horizontal progression like OSRS? Is it possible? Absolutely. Will they design it to do that? It depends on the specific designer. Then there's lots of very talented people that make this game. They would have to work it out. They would have to work out whether the audience want that. Because the people that play WoW might not want horizontal progression, they might want vertical progression. Personally, I'm a fan of horizontal and vertical combined. I'm a fan of situational progression. You get better at this, but not this. All you need is Fiery Enchantment for more cool procs. I mean, I've got... What is the enchantment on this? There is no enchantment on the Hand of Righteousness. We could get something onto it. Maybe fiery, maybe not. Alright, now I'm about to take some serious damage, so here we go. What about diagonal progression? Yeah. Do I have a shield spike? I do not. Surely we get Crusader. That's a good fit for a paladin. I think we'll get Crusader enchantment eventually, but we don't have it yet. What about circular progression? Oh, do you mean expansion packs? Just resetting it every time. God damn, hang on. Now we have to fight you. Right, let me bubble and run away. Bubble and run, have a little sip. Takes a bit longer to run away from casters, because obviously they've got the casting range going on. But eventually they will leave me alone. Wasn't able to take him on simply because of the amount of mana I was missing. You go there. Drop the progression entirely. WoW is now a full loop PvP. I'll be an online method. I like it. It's brave. I would like them to introduce... Oh, hang on, that's you. That's the dude. That's the guy. He's the boss. Hang on. Can I take on the boss by myself? Let's find out. 1, 2, 3. Ah, there's 3 of you, you cheeky little chap. I didn't realize that. Stun you. Unleash. Back on. Let's go. You've still got Judgment of the Crusader on you. This is fine. Got full-on pranked by the fact there's more of them. What a lad. Having his mates just there for me. No, it's fine. Just keep Sanctity up. Keep whatever that's called. Holy Shield up. Keep attacking there. Make sure I've got Blessing of Sanctuary. Holy Shield. Keep my Retribution aura up. And we're pretty much good to go. Just keep everything together. Am I still enjoying the Paladin? I am kicking ass and taking names. And I'm all out of ass. Then I'm going to run alongside and just bonk this person with a hammer as we go. There we go. Right, done the boss. Game's number 1, self-tanking Paladin. You guys want a lesson in stanking? You come over to me. That doesn't do anything here. What's that? Righteous Fury. It actually does do something because of a talent. So, I have a protection talent that says... While under the effects of Righteous Fury, something happens. There we go. While Righteous Fury is active, all damage taken is reduced by 6% and increase the amount of threat generated. So, the respec does give me some bonuses, which I think is pretty cool. Increase the attack power of your Blessing of Might. I'm not going to use that. Reduce the mana cost of Judgment. That could be useful from Retribution. What about Holy? Increase your total strength and intellect. Ooh, increasing my intellect could be good. Protection's got a couple more things I want to go for, especially the Avenger's Shield, which I'll get within the next 2 to 3 levels. I'm just doing pretty well, you know? I'm doing A-okay. I'm learning the combo. Seal of the Crusader, Judge Seal of the Crusader in order to give the opponent weakness to holy damage. Then you do Consecrate, then you put Seal of Righteousness on, then you stick on Holy Shield. If you need to, you bubble and run away. There's a lot of stuff stacking on top of each other. Stacking tactics, or stactics, as I call them. Rage Darling is raiding with a party of 75 people. I'm sorry that I'm not making cosplay of a demon hunter. How did the cosplay stream go? Are you guys ready to see how a real Paladin is played on Classic. Are you ready? You got dragged back. Gather round. Everyone get in. It's a lovely rage raid. Is anyone... I need to make sure I'm being fair. Is anyone in that raid joining for the first time? Has anyone not seen my streams before? Has anyone heard of me but never actually seen what's going on? Who's new? Show of hands, who's new? Let's just have a lovely sign of all the new people. Oh, lol, this bit. Don't you... Right, listen, I've got a few jokes. Right, shut up. Me... I'm not doing it. No, Civ's ruined it. I'm not doing it anymore. Normally, I do a little bit of a joke, and I'm like, who's new? And then you put your hands up, and I say, well, where have you been? You know, I've been streaming for ages. Why do you hate me? Have you left away? But no, fine. If you guys don't want to hear the joke, I don't even want to tell it anymore. You don't deserve the joke anymore. I don't feel like telling it. I would say they're in for a treat, but they could be... Okay, fine, right, I'll tell it, but you all have to pretend that, like, it's the first time you've heard it. So, like, I'll do it, but... No, I haven't ruined it. We'll do it. We'll go back. Fine, we'll do it. I'm not going to be enthusiastic about it, but I'll do it. Okay, let me just touch myself to get all my health back. That's not a rude joke. It's called lay on hands. That's how it happens. Who... Okay, the moment's gone, but I'm going to try. Who's here for the first time? Who's never been here before? Who's just joining us for the very first time? Cicella says me. I appreciate you trying to help me, but I know that you're lying, all right? I know that this is not the first time here. Dodd TV says me. Okay, Dodd. I'm trying to keep the joke going. Dodd, where have you been? Why have you not been here before? Dodd, do you hate me? Dodd, is this stream good? Like, am I doing a good job? Are you happy here? Do you? It's okay. It's whelming enough. No. Time for your performance review. Okay, Dodd, fine. I'll sit down. I've got a Google Sheet, so I'm going to review you reviewing me. Let's do this. You can be in charge. You can be the manager. You can start the review. I'll listen to you. I have just arrived. I'm happy to see Josh. Thank you. This sounds like a conversation I had with my wife the other day. Does it, Stormy? Are you doing a good job? Did she say that you were doing a good job? Okay, fine. It's Google Sheets review time. Let's go. How am I doing? On a scale of like 1 to 10, how are things going? Almost perfect. I see. I'm really glad you enjoyed that. 5. Am I performing well? I think that obviously there are weaknesses within anyone's performance, but in general... Oh, thank you, Dodd. I'm performing 6 out of 7. You don't know what you just did, do you? You just put the meme number. Yeah, you're like my 3rd favourite WoW streamer who is live right now. That's good. I'll take that. I like the fact that obviously Rage Darling stopped streaming and now I'm in the top 3. Previously, while she was live, I was in the top 4. 2nd monitor out of 2. That's good. I'll take that. Purge the chat. Some of you... You know, let's work out how we can purge the chat. Did Arthas do anything wrong? Let's make sure that we're in good company and everyone understands what's going on. Mistakes. List all the ones that Arthas made. Patches says it's complicated. Not really, Patches. Very simple. He either did or didn't. There we go. Now you die, now you die. My S6 is too far away. S8 might work. This is going to be a problem. Oh, that was close. That was very close. Can you get a different question? Guys, I see. Some of you are talking about his relationship with Jaina before. Not even close. Needed more than 1 HP. Killed his mercenaries he hired. Mercenaries know they're going to be killed when they get hired, right? That's why they're called mercenaries and not soldiers. They know that they're just going to go into the highest bidder. That's what happened. Rage, do you regret this raid? There's other people who are streaming right now. You could have raided them. Some people are probably going to look at you and go, you associate with this man? I don't think this is going the way you thought it would go. That's true. You don't have to pay mercenaries if they die. That's actually a little unethical life pro tip for you right there. Promise them payment on completion of the mission and then just don't complete the mission. Expectations have been subverted. She's not even here anymore. She's left. She's gone to do anything else which is better. Didn't he pull a sword out of a stone or a wet lady in a lake? He did both, all right? He was a very busy boy. I don't regret Rage moving me over here. Never got around to checking out the streams often. Zero Slayer, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Zero Slayer, would you like to hear a joke? You don't have to say yes, but it would hurt my feelings if you said no. Just double checking, okay? Sure. Right. I was at a friend's funeral the other day. And I said, do you mind if I say a few words? They said, sure, go ahead. So I stood up. And I shouted, plethora. And when I sat down, they said, thanks. That means a lot. Now, the reason that joke is funny is not the setup. The funeral's actually quite sad. But when I said, do you mind if I say a few words, what the audience expectations are that I'm going to say something heartfelt and beautiful and fitting for a funeral. But when I simply say one word, the word being plethora in this case, the audience are confused because that is not the thing that you would expect somebody to say at a funeral. And then when I sit down, they turn to me and say, thanks. There's almost the expectation that what I've said is normal. But when they say, that means a lot, that's what we call the punch line. And the punch line is the moment that you have your expectations subverted and realize that many decisions and many expectations you had of this entire situation were erroneously made. Because when they say thanks, that means a lot, they're actually saying that what I have said has a great emotional resonance to them, but also they are defining the word plethora because it as a word does mean a large amount of things. So thanks, it means a lot, is a double entendre of both the meaning of the word plethora and the emotional expectations within the situation of a funeral. Let's do another one. And now that you've got that knowledge, you can play along at home and you can see what I'm doing. I was at a friend's funeral the other day. I said, do you mind if I say a few words? And they said, sure, go ahead. So I stood up and I shouted, bargain! And I sat down and they turned to me and said, thanks. That means a great deal. Now, this one works slightly differently because bargain is a different word to plethora. And instead of saying that means a lot, they say the phrase that defines the word bargain, which means a great deal, as in a cheap or unexpectedly low price on something that would have otherwise been a quite high price. But meaning a great deal is also something that you would say at a funeral when you are referencing the emotional depth and relevance of something that somebody has just said. Rage Darling, please go live and take us back. There are other Twitch streams. You don't need to be here. None of you were invited to my funeral. Why is the viewer count going up? Because some people haven't yet been here long enough. Part of my job is to make other streams seem better. This is worse than the pink tennis balls. No, I don't remember what that specific joke was. I can tell you more jokes. I feel you're enjoying them, so we're going to keep going. Let me think of another good joke. A hole has appeared in the fence surrounding a nudist camp. The police are looking into it. Now, the reason that's funny is, first of all, the fence surrounding a nudist camp is an unlikely scenario or situation that you would find yourself in. And immediately it puts the viewer into a slightly uneasy situation because most people probably don't live near them. But when I say the police are looking into it, that is where, that's where the lovely power of the punch line comes in. Because the police looking into something is implying that they are investigating a crime. However, the police looking into the hole in the fence would imply that they're looking into the nudist camp, and therein lies perverted comedy. I can tell you more jokes. I know you're enjoying them, and I've got another 2.5 hours to stream, so let's do this. You murdered 3 jokes in 5 minutes. Oh, no, we're going to keep going. Right, let me think of some more jokes. I'm pretty sure I know some. As my father opened his 50th birthday card, he said to me, you know, 1 would have been enough. Now, the reason that's funny is when there's actually nothing weird about the setup. But when I say my father opened his 50th birthday card, everyone assumes that the father is 50 years old and he is simply opening a birthday card, which is a situation many of us have been into before that is not too difficult to understand. But then I turn around and say, 1 would have been enough. You realize that the 50th in the first part of the joke is not in relation to how old the father is or the fact that the birthday card says 50 on it, but instead is the 50th card he has opened within a multitude of other cards he's previously opened. And that is an absurd situation. Like, no one needs that many birthday cards. So the comedy of having that many cards combined with the unexpected nature of opening that many cards causes you to chuckle, giggle, in some cases probably even guffaw at the situation that he finds himself in. Rage says, I feel like he's TED talking to us. So, no word of a lie, I am actually doing a TED talk in about 3 weeks. I don't know what it's on yet, but I would very much appreciate if you could all go and read my bio, because unfortunately they let us write our own bios. And I'll link it for you in the chat now. I am genuinely doing a TED Talk, and there is my linked bio. It's in Manchester Northern Quarter. I'm doing it with about 20 other actually interesting people. But I'm very excited. Set you up. Thank you, Rage. You did indeed set me up to advertise my TED Talk. And when they sent me and said, hey, Josh, can you please write your TED bio? It's TEDx. It's not the real one. When they sent me, hey, write your bio, I said, does it need to be serious? And they said, it just needs to be you. And, okay, that I can do that. That bio is actually funny. Anna, are you implying that nothing I've said before is funny? What is TEDx? TEDx is what would happen if TED gave up. Let me explain, because I'm probably going to get banned from doing a talk for even talking about that. TED is TED. I think stands for Technology, Engineering and Design. And TED used to be, they would invite very, very knowledgeable, very wise, very important, a phrase that I absolutely hate and detest and loathe, thought leaders. And they would invite all these people to give a TED Talk. People like Bill Gates have given TED Talks, and tickets normally start at about $20,000 to go to a TED Talk. And they were really big about 15 years ago. It was basically a networking session for the ultra elite. And you could have TED Talks from loads of people. Some of them were really good. And then TED realized, hey, what if we just let anyone do a TED Talk? But we can't use the name TED, Technology, Engineering, Design, because that's a little bit too prestigious. So instead, they started a new version called TEDx. And anyone can give a TEDx talk. In fact, the vetting process for can you do a TEDx talk is, do you want to do a TEDx talk? Anyone can set up a TEDx event. Anyone can decide to fund it. You've got to pay. You've got to pay. But then when you're there, you know, anyone can kind of be invited to do it. Here's a TED Talk. How to stretch a 30-second idea to a 40-minute moral philosophy lecture. I can go longer than 40 minutes. You don't get paid for doing a TEDx talk. So when they said, Josh, do you want to do a TEDx talk? My first thought was, wow, they really will let anyone in. And then I was thinking, right, well, you know what? Let's do it. I hosted the TEDx talk last year, and that was the one where they had Kadikarus and Neil Newbon, who, to be fair, both gave fantastic talks. So I hosted Kadikarus, I hosted Neil Newbon, and lol, Caddy did a TEDx talk. He did. You can find it online. Go to Google or go to YouTube and type in Kadikarus TEDx. He was lovely. Neil Newbon did one, and also Charles Cecil, the guy behind Broken Sword 1 and 2. He gave a talk as well. Really interesting dude. And then they said to me, you know, do you want to do a talk last year? And I thought, I can't do a talk last year because I don't know what I would talk about. I don't think I have anything interesting to say. But they asked me again this year, and I thought, again, I still don't think I have anything interesting to say, but now I care less. So I'm doing one. Caddy would agree that your stream needs more Cash Banuka. I've got a stuffed Kadikarus behind me right now. Don't make me get him out. I will bring Caddy on stream right now. Is anyone else? Get it out. Are we going to sit here with... Hang on. Let me get stuffed Kadikarus. And then we'll just sit here and play World Warcraft with him. Okay. It's time for Josh and Caddy play Warcraft. For those of you who are unsure, this is the reversible... the genuine reversible plushy blanket hoodie style thing that Kadikarus released a limited edition range of. You can unzip him and he becomes like an hoodie that you can wear. Why put him there? Because, okay, he's just sitting there. Now he's sitting on the table, but now it looks worse. He looks scared. Yes, he should be. In all seriousness, Kadikarus in real life is a lovely person, really genuine dude. In fact, I was the one who asked him last year if he wanted to do a TEDx talk, and he said yes, and he gave a great talk. It's called, I think it's like Content Discontent, and he talks about how he hates the fact that all online videos and pictures and songs are going from being works of art to content instead of engaging media. Do you get a referral bonus? I do not. Am I going to react to BlizzCon so I can watch with you? No, because annoyingly, the TEDx talk is at the same day BlizzCon is. So I was offered the TEDx talk, and then somebody asked if I wanted to go to BlizzCon, but I'd already agreed to TEDx, so I'm already very upset at that. TEDx has got some interesting talks. Unfortunately, it's got a lot more very bad talks, but it's got some interesting talks. Right, let me just hand in this dude's loads of quest hand-ins. Love it. Have I looked into phrenology? That is why certain parts of the globe... I have not. I will look into that. Just call into TEDx like the start of your PreachCon feature. That was fun. I enjoyed PreachCon. Preach is a really nice guy. Okay, so where are we going from here? TEDx over BlizzCon. Yeah. I've done TEDx over BlizzCon, and we'll see how well that goes. It might be a terrible idea. You know, I might just suddenly, instantly and amazingly regret it. That could happen. Yeah, Preach Gaming. We did PreachCon. Preach is lovely. So if you wish to join me in TEDx, you can. Oh, this is the Ongoro Crater. We can go and do that soon, can't we? I actually really like the Ongoro Crater. I think it's a really cool place. How do you get to Feralis? Boat to the Forgotten Coast from Feralis. Boat to Feathermoon Stronghold. Okay, so we've got to get to here. How do you get to... Do I already have Feralis unlocked? Let me have a quick check of something. I think I might do. I think I may have already unlocked this place. You run through 1,000 needles. I think I've already ran through the 1,000 needles. Let me go see if I've done this. I may have done this off stream at some point. Griffin Master, show me where I can fly. Done it. And the reason I've got this unlocked is because the first time I visited the place I'm in now, Gadget Zan, I went the wrong way. And then I found the wrong Flight Master. Did I count the needles to make sure it's 1,000? No, what I actually did was drop 1,000 haystacks on top of it and just kind of average out. Let me just catch up with some of the messages. See what's going on. And Smorg says, BlizzCon will be a bust because Classic Plus is not happening. Do you have a source on that? I'd be interested to know if it isn't. Do you guys have phones? You can look up some sources. Do you ever see a witty comment and not have a comment back? No, when I see a comment that's funnier than anything I could say, I ignore it because my ego forces me to ignore it. When I see a comment that I think I've got a funny comment response to, then I bring it up. But I don't ever want my chat to realize that they're funnier than me. Because as soon as you do, you go and watch better streamers. I will say, honestly, this chat is like a proving ground for the streamer DugDug. If you are funny in this chat, you're allowed to go and watch DugDug and be funny in his chat. If Josh sees a funny comment, he'll say it, but he'll say it louder. Yes, I'm that kid in school. You'll say something funny, I'll repeat it louder and more bold and more brash, and then people will think that I've done it. Who's DugDug? DugDug is the best of us. DugDug is a better streamer. Paladin, Ego, and Gains. I have been playing a Paladin for 3 weeks, and I think that I was learning to support and help others, and then I started wearing the Scarlet Monastery armor and robes, and now I think that I'm morally superior to everyone and everything else. Because you are. Thank you. Paladins are literally the main character. The monastery, the problem with the Scarlet Monastery was that they didn't go far enough. That was the issue. Have you done much PvP yet? I've done too much PvP. I've played 2 games. Do I lift? I have been known to partake in the raising of the weight and then the lowering of said weight. Okay, where are we? We are in Feralis. What is that? Oh, that's the find the X. You got to find like 3 little things, haven't you? Where do I go to for that quest? I've got to take it somewhere. That's the one. Bring the distress beacon. It crashed. Where do you have to take this to? Bring to Oglethorpe's homing robot, wherever that may be. And are there any quests I can hand in over here? Oh, this is nice. This is lovely. Last line usually gives you the locations in quests. You'd think it does. And yet, it doesn't. Please take... My homing robot has gone missing. I will reward you for its recovery. Please take this beacon to the robot. It crashed near the gaping chasm in Tanaris. Where's Tanaris? That's where I just was. Where's the gaping chasm? Right. Let me find... If I was a chasm and also gaping, would I be in the Ungoro crater? Maybe. No, I would not. Oh, there we go. That's a water survey. No, I don't need that. It does say in the gaping chasm. Southwest of Tanaris. That would be over here. That's the Ungoro crater. Oh, no, it's not that. I'll just keep it on me and then forget that I've got it. But for now, I will keep this little robotic thing on me and then go to the gaping chasm later. I should call her. Hang on, your BattleNet is closed. How is your BattleNet closed? You've just popped online in my game. Be careful of your route into Feralis. That's what you're saying. I mean, you're online right now. I think. That ain't me. You should go and double check to make sure that BattleNet's not downloading something in the background. Just follow the road. Nothing bad ever happens when you follow the road. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Are there different... Because that is the OOX-17/TN, whereas they are dropping the OOX-22-FE. So there's a chance this enemy drops the thing that I need. So what if I go and have a look and see if it does? TN equals Tanaris. But this is FE, which equals Feralis. So there's Tanaris and Feralis. I was going to say Ferelden, but I'm pretty sure that's Dragon Age. Where's Ferelden from? Yeah, Ferelden's Dragon Age, isn't it? Let's go this way. I need to go over to these things. Veil Screechers. That's what I want to go. Do you guys want to know a random fact about Dragon Age? Of course you do. Do you know why the Dragon Age world map, or the Dragon Age reality, is called Thedas? Thedas. Oh, you cheeky little chap. You Mojave brave. I'm not fighting you, my friend. You can go back to where you've just been. You have one hell of an aggro range. Oh, God, that was close. The reason that the Dragon Age world is called Thedas is because they didn't actually have a name for it, and all of the fans were discussing it before it was named, and they called it the Dragon Age setting, but they just shortened the Dragon Age setting to the DAS, and it just kind of stuck. So the Dragon Age setting, the DAS, became Thedas. There you go. There's some information for you. There's a little bit of things. I don't feel that you're as impressed as I thought you would be. Could some of you at least pretend to be impressed. You love a nerd fact. I'm full of nerd fact. Oh, wow. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate it. That's crazy. Wow, that was a great fact I for sure didn't know before. I thank you. There we go. Balancing my ego is very important on this stream, and I'm going to be real, some of you are not doing it very well. Oh, wow, you're so smart and humble. Thank you, Yuko. Also sexy. That's the humility. That's the humbleness coming through just there. I wouldn't say that I am the best streamer at being humble, but I'm probably in the top 1 of all of them. The question is, do you know why it's called WoW? It's because when you play it, you say, wow, that was good. Doug is better. I mean, yeah, obviously. We all know that. Comparing Doug to me is like comparing Lord of the Rings to The Hobbit. Like, yeah, it was fine, but you know it was just a cash grab. The Owen Wilsons, wow. You don't say, wow, that was bad. Comparing Doug to me is honestly Lord of the Rings to The Hobbit. Like, he only puts up the best of the best of the best. I managed to stretch one book into 3 movies. And even then, they shouldn't have been that many. Watch his streams, you're like, this is just good quality stuff. I wish there were an extended edition. Watch my streams, you're like, you made half that shit up. Obviously the movies, the book is perfect. The book The Hobbit is great. The Hobbit should have been one movie, and it should have been called The Hobbit, and it should have had the things in the book The Hobbit in it. The problem with the movies The Hobbit is roughly 2/3 of the movies aren't actually about events within the book The Hobbit, which I thought the movies The Hobbit would be about. If you have read the book The Hobbit, you've read a great story. What you have not read is a book about 5 armies going to war with each other. The Hobbit graphic novel might be one of the best graphic novels ever made. It's one of the first graphic novels I owned. I still have it downstairs. It's perfect. It can never change. The Hobbit movies are about characters that shouldn't have been there, dealing with events that shouldn't have happened, caused by enemies that shouldn't have been there, with magic they shouldn't have. I have a lot of strong feelings about The Hobbit because I love the book and I love the graphic novel so much. The graphic novel is amazing. Had that as a kid. Take a shot every time he says Hobbit and Legacy of Kain. I don't want to kill you. I just think it would have been a really, really good film if it only contained the interesting parts of the film, which were in the book. Okay, so I've got a quest now. I need to kill Veil Screech. I've discovered Diamall. I'm sure I won't be back here for any reason later. I need to kill Veil Screechers, and then after killing Veil Screechers, I need to use a special stick on them. That stick, which will turn them into something else. Right. If I were a Veil Screecher, where would I be? Nope, you're not a Veil Screecher. You are a bear. I'm going to do the stick. What is brown and sticky? Oh, I don't know if you know what you've just done. Brown and sticky? A stick. What is blue and smells like red paint? A stick. No, wait, I fucked it up. Blue paint. Plethora. Thanks. That means a great deal. No, fuck, that's bargain. I was at a friend's funeral the other day. I said, do you mind if I say a few words? They said, sure. I stood up. I stood up. I stood up and shouted, stick. They said, it's called Thedas because the Dragon Age setting didn't have a name. It's all going wrong, guys. Mistakes have been made. But you know what's annoying? Some of you laughed. I gave you comedy gold earlier, and you were like, I'm not going to laugh. And now I fuck up on purpose. Of course I know I'm doing it. There is nothing that I do not know that I am doing when I do this stream, alright? It's all pre-planned. There are no innuendos here. They are all in my endo, because I am in control. The loop's glitching. Do you guys miss the loop already? Do you wish we could return to the loop? Josh, are you okay? No, I'm fine. It's just, you know, sometimes you gotta do the silly things. Let me just kill this thing first. Oh, for God's sake! Right, there are 2 enemies now. Not expect this. Can't do that while silenced. God damn it! Stop silencing. There we go. You're back up. Now let's kill this thing. We need the best kind of stick again. Would you guys buy a Josh Tamagotchi where you have to feed him and clean up his poop? You best do, otherwise my next Merc drop is gonna fail. Aim at you. Use that. Summon Screecher Spirit. Lovely. Now we have a chat to you. And do I have to do it again? No, don't think so. Unless... Oh yeah, you've got to do several Screecher Spirits, it seems. There'll be another one over here. 1 out of 3. Gotcha. I am picking up what you are putting down. Can we get an ego meter on the side of the screen? You could, but it would just always be full. I'm not sure why that would be a useful thing. Oh, hang on. Righteous Fury. That's what I forgot. Damn, 256 mana for Righteous Fury. Need to kill this and then have a little bit of a drink. Oh. Josh, thoughts on corn versus wheat tortillas for tacos? Oh, now we are getting into the real conversations. Finally, thank God. I've got a lot of thoughts on this. What are tortillas? Let's define what a tortilla is. Is it just a circle of bread? Because I know you all think it's just a bread circle. But if we can all agree that it's a circle of bread, then we're all good. It's got to be flat. You've given me the next hour of content, all right? Tortillas, more like talk-tears. That I'm going to make you cry while I talk about this. It's a food blanket. I don't like that. You're not wrong, but I don't like it. I appreciate the fact that I can stack all these cool abilities together and slowly but surely burn you guys down. I'm doing well. A food carriage. What is the structural difference between corn and wheat when they have been processed into bread circles? Is there any? There might be none. Hardness and pliability. So we are judging things on how hard they are and how pliable they are. Christian says, bro, what are you on about? Christian, I'm glad that you joined us. Christian, what is the best tortilla? Cornbread or wheat bread? One of those is objectively better than the other. The thing is, we don't know which. Some people are saying corn, some people are saying wheat. I feel like we've got a very hungry civil war going on. There are quests over here that I could go and do, actually. Is corn wet? It could be. Like, it isn't right now, but I think it could survive that. What about, like, a flour tortilla? Like, nothing complicated, just a nice, simple, basic flour tortilla. I came online again. Yeah, you did. Rage, are you logged in on your computer or your phone, and is there an update happening? Is it worth going into your Battle.net account, going to the settings, and seeing where you are currently logged in? Because some systems let you do that. There was an update for retail earlier today. Potentially, that or you've been hacked. The Forgotten Coast. Ah! There you are. I actually need to go and kill one of you. It's not open on your PC. You did the update earlier. Is it open on your phone? You have a second Rage Darling on your friend list, don't you? Don't think so. Yeah, it's your main name. Unless someone has got your name. That's you, though. It's set to away, which is a bug. Oh, maybe that's 2 Rage, 2 Darling. Inside you, there are 2 Rage Darlings. Okay, I mean, she's got the Demon Hunter blades, so let's be very careful with that. Josh, can we go back to the tortilla discussion? Yeah, you know what? Who cares if Rage has been hacked? It doesn't matter. Let's talk about the tortillas again. Double check your PC processors. Right, let me just Seal of the Crusader, Judgment, Seal of Righteousness, Holy Shield, up, got Blessing of Sanctuary on. I'm good. Sorry guys, Black the Flower business. Yeah, exactly. Stop distracting me. Inside you there are 2 tortillas. One of them is made of corn. The other of flour. Both of them brought to you by Rage Darling, dressed up as a demon hunter. Rage, would you be, if you were a tortilla, would you be a corn tortilla or Oh, there we go. Spirits collected. Or another type of tortilla. Do you guys ever look at Twitch streams and think, what are we doing? We are really scraping the bottom of the flour barrel. What are you? Sure, Strider. Level 49. You are indeed striding surely. But yeah, like, guys, what are we doing? Do you remember when this stream was good? I know it's a while away, but really, really try. Really try to remember. That boat just left. God damn it, boat. Was it ever? It was definitely better. I feel that we've come downhill recently. I mean, it's only a Tuesday, so like I'm not bringing my A game. Wednesday, that's when I'll start to really... Tuesday is just the Monday of the week. Monday has Tuesday energy. Tuesday's got Monday energy. Wednesday feels exactly like a Wednesday. Thursday actually feels like a Tuesday. And Friday feels like a Saturday. Saturday feels like a Friday. And Sunday feels like a Wednesday. I'm sorry, but that's just how it works. I could swim to it. Can you just swim to the other island? Like, you could do that, couldn't you? Just swim all the way over there. There's obviously nothing under the sea that would be dangerous. Swimming is faster somehow. You can. But what if Monday was a taco? Monday is a broken shell taco. Tuesday is a soft shell taco that's uncooked. Wednesday is a decently cooked soft shell taco. Thursday, that's a hard shell taco. Friday is both of them. Saturday is a hard shell taco with the perfect amount of crunch. Sunday is a well-cooked soft shell taco. Then we get back to Monday. What if you want a burrito? I think it was better during season 1, but now we're on like season 22 and it got progressively worse each season. Kyra, yeah, I feel that we've done the kind of supernatural thing of the main storyline has been told and now we're just kind of making stuff up. As a streamer, I feel that I'm in my Cataclysm era. The best has happened. The problem is that we've not ended. Like, we're going to keep going. We've got the Cataclysm, Warlords of Draenor is going to happen at some point. We're going to all the way to Mists of Pandaria. Legion's going to happen. Legion will be good again. That's when people start to think it could be fun. Then I hit you with the Battle of Razaroth, where I say it's going to be good. The cinematic's great, and then it isn't that as that great. Then Dragonflight happens, and honestly, everyone kind of forgets it. Com greets everyone with a hearty hello. I shall flex. Why can't I flex? I will also type hello. There we go. I could have made it there by just swimming by now. Don't forget Shadowlands. I think everyone did. Where does Sylvanas fit into all of this? If Sylvanas were a burrito or a fajita, I feel that she would be a bad one. Please forget Shadowlands. I think Blizzard are trying to. Okay, so hang on. It went... After Wrath of the Lich King, it's Cataclysm. After Cataclysm, it's... Warlords of Draenor? Then after Warlords of Draenor, it's No. Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, Warlords, and then Legion, or Legion, then Warlords? Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, then Battle for Azeroth, then Shadowlands. Oh, hello, Inju. Then Shadowlands. Right, what blessing do you want? Do you want Blessing of Wisdom? Then Shadowlands, then Dragonflight, then Midnight. Okay, I want to make sure I've memorized all of these. World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, Legion, no, Mist of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth, The War Within? I seem to remember... I thought The War Within was like just a really big patch. But apparently it was like actually an expansion. You skipped 2. So was it Legion, Battle for Azeroth, then Shadowlands, then Dragonflight, then The War Within, then Midnight. Rage, you're online again, by the way. Okay, let me try it again. World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth, Shadowlands, The War Within, Midnight. So we're on like the 10th expansion. Missed Dragonflight. God, no one cares. Everything went downhill after Wrath of the Lich King, apparently. I don't know. I never actually played it. I'm just repeating what popular sentiment is. 12. Dragonflight. World of Warcraft, The Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth, Dragonflight? After Battle for Azeroth? Skyrim, Endwalker. Okay, so Battle for Azeroth, then Shadowlands. No. What was after Battle for Azeroth? Then Shadowlands, then Dragonflight, then The War Within, then whatever's happening now. Midnight. Okay, so World of Warcraft Classic, The Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, Mist of Pandaria, Warlords of Draenor, Legion, Battle for Azeroth, Shadowlands, Dragonflight, The War Within, Midnight. Is that it? If it wasn't it, just say yes. Okay, we got it. Right, so now I know all of that. Who is the jailer? You're right, Josh. This stream really has gone downhill. Yeah, no, we're definitely missing a lot of the quality we had in the early ones. This stream started off as World of Warcraft, and then we had a bit of a shaky expansion with the Burning Crusade. Then I think a couple of years ago we really hit the Wrath of the Lich King stride. Now we're in Cataclysm. I think we're going to go into Mists of Pandaria pretty soon. The jailer is a tortilla made of neither wheat nor corn. I feel like I'm losing WoW knowledge watching this. So, World of Warcraft, Sargeras, Arthas, Sylvanas, Burning Tree, Dragons, Jack Black, Kung Fu Panda, War's Over, Everyone's Friends. That's it. You know what? It's going to be easier if instead of going through the specific expansions, I just remember what happened in each expansion. How about that? How about I tell you? World of Warcraft is a world where the Alliance and the Horde are at war, and some of them do some crafting. The Burning Crusade. A greater threat to the all of Azeroth appears, and the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to team up and save the planet. Wrath of the Lich King. A greater threat to all of Azeroth appears, and the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. Cataclysm. A greater threat to all of Azeroth appears, and the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. Mist of Pandaria. A greater threat appears, and the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. There are pandas. Warlords of Draenor. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. There is a camp mini-game. Legion. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. There is a cool artifact weapon. Battle for Azeroth. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. There are dinosaurs. Shadowlands. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. The Jailer. Dragonflight. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. There is a new flight mechanic stolen from Guild Wars 2. The War Within. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. Everyone thought this was a patch, not an expansion. Midnight. A greater threat appears, the Alliance and the Horde momentarily put aside their differences to save the planet. Housing. I think I've pretty much just nailed all of World of Warcraft. Josh, can you do Final Fantasy XIV now? No. No, you guys can just carry on. Okay, so Final Fantasy XIV. Core story. Fetch quests. Very glib Eorzea. First expansion. Heaven's Ward. Included in the free trial. Second expansion. Shadowbringers. Advert with Tom Holland pretending to become the Warrior of Light doing press-ups. Stormblood. Samurais. Are we on board so far? Stormblood, Samurais, Shadowbringers. That's when the Warrior of Light becomes the Warrior of Darkness. After Stormblood, Endbringer. The end was brought. Game finishes. Endwalker. That was it. The end was walked. Story finishes. Still making money. After Endwalker, Dawn? Dawn Trail. Everyone goes to the beach. Then Evercold. There might be a new cat person race. That's as far caught up as I am. Now do old school RuneScape, new skills in order. Oh. Oh, okay. That could be an interesting one. Can I name all the old school RuneScape skills without looking? Okay, I don't know if I can tell you the order they were added to the game in. But I can probably work out all of the skills in the game. That'll be a quite fun thing for me just to try and work out. Are we trying to work out all the skills in order of the skill menu or in order of them being added to the game? There was only one added in old school RuneScape. That would be sailing. In order of added. God, I mean, I was playing when Hunter got added. Sixpack, this guy likes to talk too much. Yeah, Sixpack, one day you'll understand how Twitch works, but until then, just keep doing your best. What about a tier list of all the skills? Okay, obviously attack is at the very top. Everyone knows that is the greatest of all the skills. By the way, I don't know what these quests are all about. I'm just accepting them and handing them in for the experience. Now I want to go and kill these Naga things. Yapper found on Twitch. Yes, people are like, I can't believe the streamer talks. What do you want me to do? This isn't a YouTube video. I can read your comments live. If I want to hurt myself mentally with your YouTube comments, I have to actively go and seek them out. That's my little treat while I'm doing a poo in the morning. Reading all the hate comments on YouTube really sets me up mentally for the day. Just talk even more to upset that one person. Old school before it was called old school. Do you mean RuneScape 2? How did you come up with the unique idea to talk during streams? I'm just that good at making things up. Like, I don't need to put my pronouns in my bio because I'm always him. Such a stupid joke, but I love it. Sometimes silly jokes do make me laugh a lot more. Like, my favourite one was, why did the blind man fall down the well? Because he could not see that well. It is a cracking joke. Right, like, of all the jokes I know, that one's top 20, without a doubt. Don't boo me. You think another eclipse is coming on. No, the sun going away is not going to get you out of this. Proof that comedy needs a Geneva Convention. It does not. Okay, I am so good at comedy. Prepare to laugh. Don't be worried when you laugh too much. You're meant to drop... Oh, 60% chance of dropping a scale. How have you got 60% chance? You're literally made of scales. You are bashing them too hard. Fine, I'll hit them gently. Do I remember all the MMOs I played? No, I prefer to be happy. Cannot believe the amount of scales not being given to me here. Maybe just don't hit them as hard. Fine. It goes against all my instincts as a paladin. But I will tap these fish people gently. Let me just go around and gently tap the fish. I feel like I should be like underground somewhere. This whole thing reminds me of the Draenei starting area. Is this similar to the Draenei starting area? It looks like it should be. And how is somebody else here? I'm so far away from anywhere. WoW was playable in 1998. It wasn't. I believe it released in 2004. It's like the Draenei starting area, but green. Yes. That I understand and can get. What level can I start tanking Zul'Farrak? I want to start doing some tanking for that. Your layout says 1998. Oh yeah, I haven't upgraded my PC since then. I think you're the first player to ever discover this location. Thank you. I like to be adventurous with things. Do I keep trophies from dead MMOs I killed? I do. I do. I keep the tears of the devs in a jar on my desk. I am really struggling to find any of these snake people to kill. Hope you get the 2 sword parts in Zul'Farrak. I've already got one of them. We did a couple of grinding runs, and I was able to get the Protector, I think. So I've got one of the swords. I've got the swords on almost every character I've got. The Warlock has both of them. Don't combine them. Why not? What's wrong with combining the swords? Is it because they're better for a paladin each on their own? Because Red did. What's wrong with combining them? Because he's silly. Is it also because it then levels it up? Because remember, obviously, it's also a higher level weapon and a two-handed weapon. Because I did, and it's a two-handed weapon. Yes. Were you unaware of that? God, even I know that. And I'm bad at the game. It's not good for tanks at all. It's good for tanks because of the vibe. Finally, 1 scale. I am now slightly scaly. You can tell that it is a two-handed sword because of the way that it is. You tank purely on vibes. Yes, I'm a vibe tank. I also like to rate. Whenever I play any games, I rate people's vibes. You could say that I am a... I'm not going to say it. You said it, but I'm not going to say it. Am I playing on Era or the Anniversary? Anniversary. We're on the Anniversary server. If you want to come and join us, you're more than welcome to. I am pretty good at rating things, though. I am a master at it. Will I play Classic Plus? I don't know, guys. I don't know. Do I play the most popular version of the most popular MMORPG that I want to play and many people want me to play, or do I not? I think I'm going to have to think about it. The answer is probably going to be yes. The loop has restarted. Wrath of the Lich King was not more popular. Well, here's the cool thing. You can just play both if you want to. Is Classic Plus happening? We don't have any confirmation that it definitely is, but I think it will be. Not only have Blizzard gone after and shut down all of the other private World of Warcraft servers that gave an experience similar to Classic Plus, they have also used the Season of Discovery, in my mind, as a live testing ground for manipulating the Classic Creation Toolkit. So they have now seen that they have the tools to create an experience like this, and they have an audience that wants an experience like this, so they would have no reason to not create an experience like this. Season of Discovery would be a testing ground. If it wasn't, you wouldn't do it. If a temporary game mode that changed around fundamental aspects of the game wasn't testing how much they could change and get away with it, they would have done it on retail. Tell you what, we really are running out of scales, aren't we? Good lord. Flying ruined well. I do think that adding flying to a game reduces the size of the world. It sounds silly, but it genuinely does. Because suddenly you can see all of the tricks that they use to make the world seem smaller. The world seem bigger, sorry. Flying is a risk. Here we go. If you design an area to work well with flying, then excellent. If you don't, flying is going to reveal how badly designed the area is. Because part of map design is understanding that the player is going to traverse it through the X and Y axis. As soon as the player is also traversing the Z axis, unless you have specifically designed that to include something, everything above is just empty space. And as soon as you jump into that, it feels empty. Maps designed for flying also have aspects that are above them. Such as, isn't the raid Naxxramas physically above, like you have to actually fly to it? Like, that's cool. That's really cool. That's a use of giving flying traversal that could not exist without flying. If the only purpose of flying is to be removing the kind of exploration size of the world, that's a bit of a shame. Because I quite like the fact that in order to fly, you have to go to a flight path. And I think there are enough flight paths that make it feel fun. Adding any movement mechanic in can be fun if the movement mechanic is designed for. If the purpose of the mechanic is simply to remove needing to do other mechanics, that's a shame. Because suddenly the world feels less like a world that you're running through and more like a map that you're just traversing. You know how people have been saying to me, "Ooh, careful when you cross the Badlands, careful when you cross the Barrens, you're going to bump into Horde outposts." That's kind of fun. Like, I like that. People often have good memories. Gaming is all about friction between the player and the game. Theory OS has says it before. Too much friction, nothing moves. Not enough friction, nothing sticks. Sometimes the right amount of friction for a system is where you can make the system move the way you want it to move if you pay attention, learn the system, learn the mechanics, because then the movement feels rewarding. When you have nothing to overcome, when there is no friction there preventing you, then achieving that thing doesn't feel like an achievement as much. I'd say we're doing pretty good so far as well. You've always needed a little friction. Is that why people play Dark Souls games? It's why people enjoy almost any process that starts off challenging you and ends up rewarding you when you come to dominate it. Humans thrive when we have a level of challenge to overcome that we are actually capable of overcoming. You don't want to give someone an impossible task that they physically cannot ever do. But when you design something that can be easily overcome, you lose an element of beauty of it. That's a good point. Myth, imagine this. Most of the best experiences you'll have in life involve a little bit of friction. And sometimes there'll be a little bit of grind. It's funny because of sex. The reason this joke was funny was, when I said a little bit of friction, you all thought that I was talking about the conversation we just had, based on the friction of game design, the interaction between the player and the world. But the implication was... Should you be taking notes? No, just go on vibes. Just go purely on vibes. Am I a game philosopher? I would hope so, yes. Can we get the weird mic noises back? No. Oh, do you mean when I got like a text for some reason? I have no idea what that was. Can we fast forward? No. We need a loop emote. What would the loop emote even be? Would it just be the loading symbol? You just joined and you heard the implication and thought of the Always Sunny episode. Well, no one's in any danger. No one's in any danger at all. Josh, are you AI? That's a great question. That's a wonderful question. That's an awesome question. So just go ahead and ask another question and we'll get right on it. We'll dive right in. Ask a question. I will respond like an AI. Have you seen the video of the guy making two AIs talk to each other, none of them able to have a conversation or answer any question? What is love? Oh my god, you may have just discovered the only question you can ask a human that will... That's the in-joke and out-joke. That's the human shibboleth. You ask a human what is love, they're going to respond, baby, don't hurt me. You ask an AI what is love, they're not going to know. Maybe love is being able to identify yourself as a human. If every company will use AI, will intercompany communication be just AIs talking to each other? Yes. Now, I watched a video a few days ago, so let's try and keep myself up to date with these things, and someone said, you cannot be scared of AI with how useless it currently is, and also afraid it's going to take your job. Because everyone says AI is incapable of doing this, but also it's going to take your job. One of those must be false. And I thought, no. AI is pretty bad at a lot of stuff. The reason that AI is going to take a lot of people's jobs is not because it can do the job better than them. It's because the person that employs that person thinks it can do the job better than them. AI is not being used to replace people because AI does a better job. It's being used to replace people because the people that do the payroll and the people that make the money think that it will. And they realize that actually paying a single human and employing 10 AIs is going to cost you about the same amount. And if one of those 10 is even slightly better, you just get rid of the other 9 and go with that one. It's cheaper. For the same price, and this is a really big important one. Employment laws in most developed countries give the employer a level of responsibility over the employee's health. And the hours it can work, oh God, I'm turning into one of them. The hours the employee can work. And the treatment the employee has to expect from all of the other people that work there. You head up to a CEO and you say, hey, do you want to employ this AI model? It might only be 50% as good as the human, but it will work 24/7. It will never need a day off. It will never need sick pay. It will never need any kind of mandatory training or meetings. It will never sass anyone out. It will never, break the law against the company. All that stuff. It will not need any retirement contribution. It will not need any of this. And yeah, maybe it's only 50% as good as the human, but you're saving way more than 50% of a human salary. That's why companies are loving it. Because the people in charge just love the idea. At the minute, AI is not necessarily capable of making any real decisions. All it is a prediction model. It's a prediction of what word comes next. And if it can work out what word comes next, it will give you that workout. There is an excellent example of the AI process using a thought experiment called the Chinese room. I was watching a video on this yesterday. Excellent video. You can replace Chinese with any kind of foreign language that you don't actually speak, and it still works the same way. Imagine this. Imagine that you are trapped in a room, and within that room are a load of books in Chinese. And it's a collection of symbols that you don't understand, followed by a collection of symbols that you don't understand. But you know for a fact that these symbols follow those symbols. Effectively, what you have there are translation books. And then a note is slipped into this room, written in Chinese symbols, and they expect you to write back. But you don't understand the symbols. But what you can do is find the symbols within the translation books that you've got, which aren't translating them into English, it's translating them into the symbols that should be used to reply. And then you write a note using the symbols that are shown to be the reply and send it back. And the person outside might be thinking, oh my God, I've put a note into the system. They have replied to me. The person inside the room clearly speaks Chinese. But you don't. All you do is know what the most likely combination of symbols to respond is. So then they give you another note and you look at it and you find the correct response within the books and you physically draw the symbols and respond, and they take it and go, oh my God, I get this. This is great. They are giving you a list of symbols and you are giving them the correct responses based on a huge amount of books giving you the correct responses. If that door ever opened and you met the person outside who was writing Chinese, they might expect you to be able to talk it. But you don't. You have no idea what you've been saying. AI does not know what the words that it's saying mean. They just know that they are the most likely words to come after the word that has been previously generated. That's what it does. It doesn't understand. It doesn't have comprehension of what the words it's saying mean, the context. It has all of the previous written words. It knows the likelihood of another word following it, and that's about it. So, someone said, why does AI have so much trouble counting to 100? I don't know if you've seen that video, but if you tell an AI model to just count to 100 out loud, it actually struggles to do it. It will do the first few numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then it will kind of stop or it will go wrong. And this is because when you consider the training data, there actually isn't a huge amount of training data of just the numbers 1 to 100 in order being spoken out loud. Like, it exists, but it's not massive. And if AI, what it has to do is, it's told count the numbers 1 to 100. And what it will then do is it will generate a list. But every time it generates another number, it will check to make sure it's generating the right thing based on the statistical probability of it being the correct thing to generate. And the chance of getting from 1 to 100 is low. It's using the training data it has to predict what's coming next, and the data just doesn't say that's most likely to happen. AI is an amazing prediction model. It doesn't understand the context that it's saying. It doesn't understand the words that it's giving you. It knows that they are the most likely one to come after. Like, we've all seen those videos of AI being wrong and then being called out, and then the model being like, yeah, sorry, I got that wrong, you know, I made that up. That shouldn't be there. My bad, that was my fault. I'm thinking, if you knew it was your fault, if it was wrong, why did you do it? And the answer is, it didn't know it was wrong. It gave you all the correct information based on the prediction that it generated. Only when you called it out and said, that is wrong, did it then decide to say, oh, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. It doesn't even know that it's apologizing. It just knows that when someone says that is wrong, statistically, the most likely response is then, oh yeah, I'm wrong, I'm sorry about that. It can't say, actually, I'm not wrong, that's 100% correct because of this, this, and this, because it can't guarantee that it is. And even if it does give that response, it doesn't know what it means. When you point out that AI is wrong, it doesn't apologize to you and say, oh yeah, I got that wrong, it should have been this. It's just 100% confident in telling you what it thinks is the predictive model. It's so fantastic that it is just a massive prediction model. In your personal experience, this is incorrect. That's fine. Anecdotal data doesn't count. But I'm sure it probably... You know what? Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I was totally wrong. I wasn't thinking about your personal experience. AI doesn't understand context of what it's saying. Is bloody a curse word in the UK? It's kind of like a lower tier curse word, kind of like damn would be. That's large language models, yes, like ChatGPT. And then some AIs are pixel predictions when they're making pictures, and some AIs are visual predictions when they're making films and videos, and some AI are audio note predictions based on what they know before. It's all just predicting based on data that's already happened. It's not making anything new up, it's basing it on data that's already happened. It understands what trends look like, without a doubt. It's excellent at spotting trends. It's difficult at understanding kind of anything. Have I got one more? One more scale and we're good to go. Hello, friend. You're back from medieval times. Rustage, welcome in. Rustage, we're talking about AI. I know that you love AI models. Rustage is very, very into AI. In fact, he's made a song, I think, called Everything About AI is Great and I Love It. Welcome back, Rustage. How are you today? How are things? You've been in medieval land for like a week or two now, haven't you? You've been away avoiding all of us online people. You can't do this to me. You've been back for a day. A literal day. And straight away, it's just back into all of it. Welcome back to the internet. Take a look around. How have you been? Rustage went to a weird retreat for a week and ended up LARPing in some kind of cool village, which, I'm going to be fair, I was very jealous of and very envious of. Like, I would like to go and do the cool village thing as well. But how have you been? You had no Wi-Fi for a week. It was amazing. I was a fantasy accountant. A fantasy accountant, you say? Did you do fantasy tax fraud? You should come next year. I will indeed. You can't stop me. You sold me a fantasy accountant, to be honest. A fan-countant, yes. That's what happened. Other people were like wizards and warlocks and witches and warriors, and Rustage was like, fetch me the abacus. I'm going to do some old-fashioned offline fraud. We could be a fantasy money launderer together. Oh, that'd be great. Does that make you a math magician? Yes, it does. In all seriousness, it does sound really fun. I legitimately was using an abacus. I just guessed. You and an abacus honestly just seems right in my mind. It's just, that's a pair that work really well. So Josh, how does money laundering work again? Oh, I can't believe you've forgotten, but fine, I'll tell you again. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. It's actually only fraud if it comes from the fraud region of France. Apart from that, it's just sparkling shenanigans. You can dual specialization. I hope you didn't know it. Dual specialization. Oh, you can spend 50 gold, can't you? And you can get both specs. No, I'm good. If I dual spec'd, I would use a two-handed weapon for leveling like this. You've leveled 20 levels since I was gone. Yeah, saying it that way makes me feel bad. Step 1, have 50 gold. I've already got 61 gold. I don't know if you guys can see that number in the bottom right-hand corner. You can't because I'm in the way, but you have to trust me. I've got 61 gold. Okay? I'm not going to sit here and take sass from a man who's been sat in a forest playing with an abacus. I'm not going to sit here and feel bad for that. Nepo baby paladin. It's not Nepo baby, alright? My parents gave me the tism, but it wasn't the Nepo variety. It was the ore variety. You thought step 1 was cut a hole in a box. Look, what Daniel's been doing in the forest for a while is entirely up to him, okay? I am just collecting gold the way that every other player collects gold, by grinding and occasionally dipping into the 8,000 gold in the guild bank that only I can access that I forgot about. I thought I was being quite selfless a few days ago when someone said, Josh, there's 8,000 gold in the guild bank. And I said, look, guys, I don't see that as my money. That's guild money. That's not for gearing me. That's for gearing us, and I'm not going to touch that. And then someone said, Josh, you're the only person with permission to withdraw it. And of course, that makes me feel a bit silly. Because I thought I was being really selfless, and I thought I was helping everyone, and I thought it was just like a generally, good, positive thing to do. I didn't realize that nobody was using it. I just thought you were all being really trustworthy. I was thinking, wow, none of this guild gold is going down. These guys they're really trustworthy with it. No one is stealing it. No one's taking it away. No one's just robbing stuff and selling it. These guys, this is like a real adult grown-up guild. No, none of that's true. You just literally could not access it. If I made it so you could access the guild bank, I guarantee there would not be that much gold in there. It would all be gone in a day. You could activate guild repair. Is that not activated either? It feels like that's the kind of thing that should be activated. Yeah, if you're in the guild, you should be able to use the guild gold to repair your stuff. You have kicked several people for taking the piss with the guild bank. Do you mean the amount of people that constantly just kept putting level 1 stuff in there? Yeah, this guild is less of a union and more of a minion. That's how it works. People were taking things to sell on the auction house. That's why I've not put any of the good blue items in there. I don't want you just taking the piss to sell things. I feel that the guild bank is mostly for vibes. Also, it is so incredibly warm in this room that I had a box of biscuits and the chocolate has melted on all of them. Like, I don't even... They are fully melted biscuits now. How can you join the guild? Those are cookies. They're not... One of them is a cookie. The rest are chocolate biscuits. Can you go into debt in WoW? You can try, but I don't think so. You don't fan shame. Is that a chocolate hobnob? Yes, it is. Did you meal prep? Yeah, the other meals are like chicken and rice and broccoli, and that's just a box of cookies. Because sometimes that's just the mood that you're in. Josh, are Jaffa cakes cakes or biscuits? They're cakes. They're cakes for a specific reason. The reason being that a cake and a biscuit are often measured by their moisture content compared to the ambient temperature and air and humidity. A cake, when left alone, will effectively lose moisture to the air and therefore go stale and dry. A biscuit, which exists with a lower moisture content, will leach moisture from the air into itself and go soft. A cake, therefore, has lower moisture content than the air, and a cake has higher moisture content than the air around it, and so leaving it means it leaves, and a biscuit has lower moisture content than the air, and so leaving it means it leaches into it. That's how cakes and biscuits are different. Someone might say, Josh, is that the legal definition? No. That's what I think it is. Which is why Jaffa cakes are officially cakes, because they contain more moisture than the rest of the air in general. Is this financial advice? Nothing I say is ever any type of advice in any way. Is that why ghosts become wet? Yes, ghosts have lower moisture content than the air in general, which is why if left alone, a ghost will become wet. Am I a cake? Because you have more moisture than bread, than a biscuit. If a human being had to be defined as a type of confectionery, I believe, and this may be controversial to say, but if you don't stand up for what you believe, eventually you have to realize you don't believe in it. I believe that human beings are closer to cakes than they are to biscuits. And I believe that if a human being was eaten by a human-eating alien, they would describe us as closer to a cake than a biscuit. If a human being drank a lot of coffee and then was eaten, they would be closer to a tiramisu. That's just true. We are 70% water, which means we are as watery as a 70% water cake. Sometimes I feel that you just being here honestly loses brain cells. Some people start this stream smarter than they finish it. You need more water, press 6. No, that is my emergency elixir of water breathing in case I ever get too wet. Rustage just said, take me back to medieval fantasy land if this is the conversations we're having in real life. Rustage spent a week in the middle of the forest with no Wi-Fi playing with an abacus. He's been on this stream 10 minutes. He wants to go back into the forest. That's how good I am at showing people what real life actually is. I'm sorry, Mr. Abacus Man. Is this a bit too real for you? All right, I'm just keeping it real. I'm just talking about whether humans are cakes or biscuits. You put me in a song. You can't take that back. That's a bond right there. Welcome to the real world, Abacus boy. Actual facts. That's what we're doing right now. This is hard truth. If a forest was a biscuit, would the abacus be the chocolate? I know the perfect man to answer that question. A man who's spent more time in a forest than I have over the last week. You don't think Dionysus would be laughing at this discussion? I think he'd be proud. But in all seriousness, we did miss you. And we're glad that the forest went well, treated you well. Okay, here's a horrible thing. Custard creams. Right. We're still on biscuits. Just get used to it. We're going to be here for a while. You'd think that custard creams, the middle bit, the cream bit, is some kind of liquid. Have you ever actually seen how they make the middle bit of the custard cream? It's basically powder that they just push into a mold via pressure. You'd think the custard cream has a layer of cream. It does not. It is not creamy. It is powdery. It is custard-flavored, slightly damp powder. I am almost about to die, and I am very ready to touch myself if I need to. And by that, I mean I will use lay on hands to survive. Here we go. Lay on hands uses the last bit of mana you've got, so all I've got to do is... There we go, right. I've used lay on hands. I've been Leoned. Then what is an Oreo? An Oreo is both a biscuit and some cream, and then another biscuit. Now I can't use lay on hands again for the next, how long, like hour? Yeah, 1 hour cooldown. God damn it. That's too long. As a paladin, once you have touched yourself, you must wait an hour. Jesus says so. Josh, in a post-apocalyptic world, what do you think your job would be? How would you contribute to rebuilding society? So what I would do is I would find an abandoned theatre. They would all be abandoned, obviously. And then I would make other people put theatre shows on. And the audience would sit and watch, and I would sit at the front and I would react to that show. And I would give my opinion and my ideas, and if the audience like it, we give it a thumbs up, and if the audience don't like it, we give it a thumbs down. And then we get another show on. That way, I don't need to actually do anything. I am just the one curating, if you will. And that, to me, that suits me really well. Can you see me doing anything else? That, or I would explain how comedy works to the youth. How much for a ticket? Honestly, at this point, money doesn't really have any more use, so you can just kind of come in. I need to kill that guy at the back. But I also realized that I don't have too many places to sit with mana. What I have realized is there's actually a huge amount of stuff that I can do in order to give my opponent quite a substantial weakness to holy damage, and then quite a lot of holy damage happening. Which to me is great. I can start by using Seal of the Crusader and then judging it to give a weakness to holy damage. Then I put on Seal of Righteousness to do extra holy damage. Then I put down Consecration. Then I put on Holy Shield, which is reflecting holy damage. And I've also got Blessing of Sanctuary going on, which causes holy damage whenever I block things. And I've got Retribution when I get hit. This is huge. This is like a lot of stuff. Kind of all working together. Like, I'm actually... I don't know if you guys know this. I'm the best paladin. Like, Seal of the Crusader, Judge, Seal of Righteousness, Seal of Big Floor Damage, and now Hit. I am beginning to not only believe, but also be good. It's almost as if he does this. Call the Pope, that's very holy. Yeah. I've got to kill you now. You're the big enemy, however. I want to try and... I don't think I can pull the little enemies away from you. That's the only problem. Unless I can do this and this. Nope. Alright, here we go. Right, now. You. Now we attack. Keep Consecration up. Keep drinking healing as and when we go. Stun you every now and again. Continue to attack. Drink. Consecrate. Up. Release. Attack. On. Alright, that worked. That honestly worked far better than I expected it to. Now we attack you. Mysterious Relic, thank you. On, judge, attack. That actually went quite well. We did some untapping, some upkeeping, and even some drawing. And I was able to kill a level 47 boss and its ad as a level 43. I'm growing too powerful. I might be the greatest paladin to ever pal. Oh, a weird tunnel under the ground. Is there anything in this super strange underwater tunnel? I hope there's not a giant fish. Shalzaru's lair. Oh. Hello. What is this? I have discovered a secret tunnel. I might also be the first person to ever discover this. I'm close to a level, and you look like just enough experience. This is a secret tunnel, guys. We're going to go straight into it and see what happens. Best paladin and the best explorer. This whole thing is just big secret exploration days. That's what we do. Big secrets, big days. I mean, what's in this big clam? An iridescent pearl. I'll take that. What's in this clam? Some zesty clam meat. What's in this clam? Oh, I love some zesty clam meat. Get on the floor. Is that a secret tunnel? Into the mountain. Secret tunnel. What is in there, to be fair? Seriously. I bet it's some kind of secret boss. Yeah, it's... I don't need to go this way yet. If I was smart, I would have bound my Hearthstone to the inn at Feralis Shore over there. And then I would be able to simply recall back there. Is this pre-recorded? Genuine question. Yes, I just assumed you would ask that exact question at this exact moment. I would hopefully have been able to use the Hearthstone, but you. The question was pre-asked as well. Yeah, it's pre-planned all the way down, to be honest. It's quite complicated to do, but I'm glad you're noticing. Maybe I should just recall back to Northshire, because I don't want to die here. Although I do think that if I stand here, I can do what's called LOS pull, which stands for let one see. You let one enemy see you. I hope that person that asked if the stream is pre-recorded doesn't ask anything else, because it is, and like I would feel foolish if I can't answer any other questions. You can only plan so far ahead. Yeah. Exactly. Like, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. I just know mostly what's going to happen. This is the way out, isn't it? I seem to... Why are there many, many more enemies than there were before? Is this the way out? Is this the way that I came? I think this is the way that I came, isn't it? They're respawned. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Can I get on my horse? You can't mount here. Why not? Right, you know what? We might just need to do a little bit of clever thinking here. Got to get my thinking cap on. First of all, level up my spirit. I've got my Blessing of Sanctuary. Stick you back on. I might need to just run and possibly bubble. Oh, well, now we are taking, honestly, less damage than I thought I would. But what if I would have bubbled? Should have bubbled. Didn't. Although, hey, you know what? We're right by where we need to be. What was the clever part? Look how fast this is. All it cost was my trousers. But, oh God, if you're not willing to pay that price, don't be an actor. And your mallet and your weapon. It's fine, don't worry, they can come back. We could always, you know, take a break while the debuff runs out. I am close to leveling up, though. This should be just enough. Here's a mysterious relic. Thank you for the level up. Ooh, you'll give me 2 things. Head armor, which is less armor and bad, or a chest piece, which is worse. I mean, I'll accept those quests, but I'm not happy. What do I want to talk about for 10 minutes? Have you guys seen Avatar? You ever wondered who the good guys were in that film? Okay, one more. Requires 40 points spent. You've been done. You've been done. Do I need to go with improves damage caused by Holy Shield? Yeah, Holy Shield should pretty much always be up. Am I going to go to Zul'Farrak now? That's a question. Am I capable of holding my own in Zul'Farrak, the dungeon where all of the sand is? Josh, does mates not levels mean anything to you? Of course it does. It's one of the first RuneScape guilds I was in. Right, let's go with flying to... Do you have time for it? Definitely not. That's true. Right, who fixes things? Somewhere here, there's going to be a fixer. You. Fix my trousers, please. Thank you very much. Oh, no. Meant to unequip stuff. There we go. Dre, good to see I've done well. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, it was a fun guild. I'll still stay in touch with a couple of people from that guild, actually. Good people. Good people all round. Now, I don't think I need to be on this little island anymore. Hey, Josh, been a long-time follower of your YouTube. Finally caught your stream. It's worse than YouTube. YouTube is very curated. Like, I sound very clever. I sound very funny on YouTube. This is not that. So, you're welcome to stay here, obviously. Just lower your expectations. Oh, hang on, there's a Flight Master. I don't need the Flight Master because I'm going to go to these things. Thick Yeti hide. I'm going to get me a thick Yeti hide. That's what I'm going to do. Now we just sit here and wait for the bit. Sitting on the dock of the bay. There should be some kind of song about this. Stay a while. Be whelmed. That's the best way to do it. I do enjoy Twitch chat, though. You guys are quite funny. These biscuits are fully melted now. It is 29 degrees in this room, and this chocolate was not tempered for this specific temperature. Was unable to do it. Vaughn, I remember you. Yeah, I absolutely do. That name was very familiar to me. We did lots of stuff together. Stream compared to YouTube is like the first press when making oils, very rich in flavors. Yeah, this is the raw, unfiltered craziness that you might get. You know, this is a zany stream. You never know what's going to happen. Standing on the shore waiting for the ship in a call. That works. Watching the tide roll away. You guys are all typing really nice things, but I don't think any of these are actually going to be good songs. Would it be quicker to swim? I'm being genuine. Like, that to that is not far. Could you just swim? Yes, no, try it. The fact that you've said try it means that it would kill me. You could use a water walking spell. I don't have one. I'm not a wizard. You should never wait for the boat there. It isn't worth it. Well, now I'm going to do it out of principle. No one ever died in the water. I don't... But there it is. I don't believe you. This stream is like eating a sandwich's ingredients individually. You mean a deconstructed sandwich? That's actually a very posh and expensive way to eat sandwiches. Race the boat. You could put your shield in the water and use your cape as a sail. These are all excellent suggestions. Just 100% superb suggestions. Perfect. Well, thanks for the trip. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I did? This boat's very nicely painted. Loving the purple. It's very ghostly. Oh, I can go up here and I can use the boat steering wheel. There's no staff on this boat. There's no sailors. How does it go? How wet is it compared to a cake? The top part of the boat is a biscuit. Magic elf boat. It's powered by AI. Actually invisible elves. It is fast though, I'll give it that. It does go pretty damn quick. And then we arrive here, and I want to go and kill these things down here, level 46. I think I can probably start tanking Zul'Farrak around 48. You kind of want to be near the end point of a dungeon to tank it. Because if you die, obviously the whole group's been set back by quite a bit. Now, what I could probably tank, 'cause I'm level 44, I could probably tank Uldaman. I tanked that last time. I could probably tank the Cathedral. Is this the Burning Crusade? Yes, it is. I always like being slightly over-leveled to tank anything. We've already done the Cathedral. I've already got all the items from it. That's why I'm using the Hand of Righteousness and the Aegis of the Scarlet Commander. The Cathedral actually gave me items that lasted for quite a while. I was actually quite shocked at how long the Scarlet Cathedral or the Scarlet Monastery stuff lasts you. I think it's because the Scarlet Monastery is a series of dungeons where you have kind of powered to them to level up, and then the gear they give you is decent. The Cathedral could give me experience still, that's true, but not as much. How are there not any stream snipers? Playing on PvE, my friend. We don't do PvP here. I do not do PvP because I worry that I would be too good. Don't forget to level up my skills. I will forget to level up my skills. Right, thick Yeti hide. Let's go get me some thick hide. But I'll wait 30 more seconds for all of my stuff to sort itself out. I'll put on my Blessing of Sanctuary. I've got my Retribution Aura. I will then put on my Seal of the Crusader. I will then unleash the Seal of the Crusader onto this bear via Judgment. I'll then put on Seal of Righteousness and my Special Holy Shield. A really good item can last you a long time. Like, I didn't realize this when someone said that there are a couple of items that are pre-raid best in slot from kind of dungeons that are like level 50. All that ability prep for a bear. Practice the way you want to be. Practice does not make perfect. Practice makes permanent. You practice, then when you go and take on the big boss, it's not as difficult. Anything, we're ready for it. Yeah, Mara Udon has the best in slot ring, doesn't it? The Dungeon of Mara Udon. Rage is online again. The loop continues. Hand of Justice from the last boss of Blackrock Depths is best in slot for raiding until like tier 2. Yeah, the Hand of Justice is the trinket, isn't it? I think it's the trinket. What irritates me is that the hammer iron foe is like not the best thing to use when it clearly should be. People say that the flurry axe is better than iron foe because the flurry axe is faster and it just carries you and you get an extra hit with it, but iron foe just looks cool. Is it wrong of me to want to use iron foe because it looks cool? Okay, I need thick Yeti hide, and so far I've killed 2 and I've got none. And that feels illegal. This quest sucks. Okay, well, I'm going to do it. We're going to kill Yetis with a hammer. %drop rate so far, not seen a thing. That is low. What if I don't bother using any mana and just manually attack back? Occasionally put on Holy Shield. It's annoying that Holy Shield doesn't last that long. Only lasts for 10 seconds, and it's 135 mana. Finally! Hey, some cured ham steak. I will eat your Yeti hams. If you have skinning, you can get them that way. I have no idea what professions in this game even do. I don't think anyone does, to be honest. What if you use Seal of Wisdom? That's a good idea. I can use Seal of Wisdom to grab my own mana back. This is a great idea. This is the Burning Crusade. Welcome in. If you wish to join, obviously you're all welcome. This was the quest you were doing when you bumped into me earlier. I'm glad that we had that chance to just hang out. So, if I judge the Seal of Wisdom onto the enemy and have Seal of Wisdom onto myself, does that mean that I have a chance of restoring mana when I hit the enemy from the enemy's debuff and from my own Seal of Wisdom as well? Yes. Am I effectively double dipping in the ability to restore my own mana? That's pretty clever. I don't think anyone has ever worked that out before. So if I unleash the seal, Seal of Wisdom, attack, stick on Holy Shield, everything is just... I don't think other people know how to play Paladin. I've been playing it for at least 3 weeks now. Mana indeed go up. My god, though, that's rare. This. Why don't Yetis have skin? Where are the Yetis with skin? They're all dead. This entire valley has been purged. You don't have a skinning knife. You need to have leather working to get skin for this quest. You don't, though. It tells me that there's an 80% chance of one of the Yetis dropping their skins, and I've already got one of them. Thick Yeti hide. Just got to find where the thick Yetis are. Thank you for subscribing on Twitch. That's very, very kind of you. I'm hoping you're all enjoying this stream. Or at least finding it whelming. Thick Yeti hide. We got 2. How fast can I kill them if I give them the weakness to everything? Okay, they're now as weak as they can possibly be. Actually, quite quickly, to be fair. Yeah, if I use all my skills, if I use like 10% of my brain... Try 2. Do you mean the Seal of Righteousness? I don't need that. I've got Seal of Wisdom. Need to get some mana back. "80% drop rate means 80% of players will get the drop. But sometimes you're in the 20%. I'm going to end up getting a level by just grinding Yetis, aren't I? I can't believe I've not seen some Yeti. Hang on, is there a cave full of Yetis? Oh, this is where they're all going to be, isn't it? God. This is where you all are. What's going on in here, eh? Well, 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 what's all this then? Grinding the Yeti skins. They're all dead. There we go. Now, sometimes the Yetis inside the caves are the ones that you get the skin off because they have Yeti to be killed. Inju, could you skin the Yeti and trade me the thick Yeti hide, or is it untradeable because it's a quest item? No, because you're not on the quest now. Okay. Is it because you hate me? Is that what this is all about? Inside you are 2 Yetis. One of them has thick skin. The other wants to know if Rage Darling dressed as a demon hunter brings you a fajita, would you prefer it made of corn or flour? Do it, Nova. Share a Yeti fact. I have Yeti to hear a fact that I don't care about. Go for it, guys. I'm genuinely excited to hear what you've got for me today. You wouldn't trust the drop rate that much on Questy since it's not always accurate with quests. Questy has never lied to me. Ever. Apart from the times that it did. But even then, I think it knew that it was lying to me and it apologized, just like AI does. Yetis have pretty good voice quality. People don't know this, but Yetis are actually great at making snowballs, which is where the microphone came from. Well, this is a problem. Well, that wasn't a problem at all, was it? Didn't even give me your skin. Goddamn. I am glad that every time they attack, they do take some damage from my shield. That's useful. It's a stealthy Yeti. Oh my god, I killed 2 of you and no skin. This is a long quest. You know what? How many skins have I got? I've got more than 1 skin. I've got more than 2 skin. I've got slightly more than 3 skin, which means in my inventory there is a pile of some quest items. Let me see if I can get my mana back by doing this. Someone followed after I made that joke. Why? Okay, look, it's 3.5 hours into the stream. The quality is dropping. It started bad. It got worse. We're just kind of here now, just doing our best. Sheer morbid curiosity. You just want to see how bad it can get. Nax says I wasn't here for the joke. Oh, Nax. Nax, you've got it all to come yet. You have no idea what the world's got in store for you, mate. This is going to be wonderful. You're going to have a great time. There's so much stuff for you to discover. None of it will go wrong in any way. There's only one joke here, and it's me. Rage is online again. You're going to get your 6th monitor out of the garage. Well, if you believe that I'm worthy of the 6th monitor. You can definitely tell, though, that there are fewer people around, because if you look around, there are fewer people. Well, here we go. Brilliant deduction. Thank you. Thank you. I am quite smart. Josh, I'm trying to get into OSRS, but I feel directionless. I'm not sure what to do. People tell me I should set a goal for myself, but I don't know enough about the game to know what the goal should be. That is a great, great observation. I really dislike it when people are like, yeah, you can do whatever you want in the game, just choose your own goals. Unless you know what the game gives you to do, you don't know what those goals should be. If you have started playing old school RuneScape, I hate suggesting that people use wikis for games. I think it's bad game design to suggest that. But I would suggest that you open up the old school RuneScape wiki and follow something called the quest guide. What I would generally do, if it's your first time playing the game, is open up the quest list and then sort the quest list by easy to hard. And then do the easiest possible quest that you can find. That's pretty much it. Just do the easiest quest you can find. Old school RuneScape is mostly about grinding skills and questing, but questing lets you understand why you need to grind skills, and grinding skills lets you do more quests. Old school RuneScape has some of the best written quests, so prioritizing those I think is always a good choice. Hello Ort, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're having a lovely day. I am having a lovely day. Or if you're in old school RuneScape and want to be the best woodcutter, just go and cut trees. In all seriousness, just go and do quests. Is it still any good for interconnected storylines? Yeah, there's lots of stuff in old school RuneScape that connects to other things. You know what I am... Oh, Nocturnal Cap of the Bear, Strength and Stamina. You know what I am learning is... I don't know if anyone else has noticed this about the Paladin class. It's very much a kind of auto-attack and wait class. Like, there's not a huge amount of stuff really going on if you don't want there to be. But I kind of like that. But I ever played Phantasy Star Online a long time ago. A long time ago. I wouldn't be able to tell you anything about it now. We're actually 7 out of 10 on the Yeti high. We're doing pretty well. Buff, debuff, sit, chill. Am I using the power of hidden buttons? How so? What do you think I'm doing that's hidden? Do I like questings or doing dungeons? So, I love questing for the chilled out, relaxed, open world nature of actually learning the world. I think that's great. I am finding it slightly more difficult to dungeon while tanking, because dungeoning while being a DPS is really easy. You've got no real responsibility. Dungeoning while tanking, people expect you to know the dungeon and to keep pace and to do quite a bit more. Like Holy Shield on a hidden hotbar. I've got no idea what you're on about. Have I played the new Resident Evil game? No, I haven't. The last Resident Evil game I played was Code Veronica X. You've been doing well tanking in the dungeons, only because I'm over-leveled and also know them. If I wasn't over-leveled, and if I didn't know the dungeons pretty well, I wouldn't be able to do that. So part of what I'm doing is I'm trying to over-level before I do the dungeons. I'm trying to over-gear. I'm trying to know the encounters. And if anything goes wrong, I want to make sure that I have the abilities and the skills to actually, you know, escape if I need to. So yeah, part of this is, if anything, just over-preparing. One advantage of tanking is getting a group faster. Oh god, yeah, absolutely. That's why I'm doing this. I want to be able to understand all of the roles within a dungeon so I can better help those roles. I will play a healer at some point and learn how to do it. The challenge with tanking and streaming at the same time is I always want to be reading the chat and engaging with you guys and talking about things, but it's also really important that I am paying attention to the game and not harming my own group. So for me, part of it is, you know, how do I know what I'm doing in the game and also pay attention to you guys? Will I check out the Blood of Dawnwalker? Eventually, yes. I actually met the guy that does the voice acting for the main character in Blood of Dawnwalker. He was a lovely dude. Remarkably attractive man. If you guys ever meet him, you'll be like, dude's hot. Am I using an earpod, or how do you deal with the reverb from your sound to mic issues? I know it's off topic, I just noticed. I don't have sound on the game. I have it on incredibly quietly. Apart from that, there is I'm not listening to anything. I'm literally just sitting in a quiet room. You guys can hear the game louder than I can. I have got the game audio turned up on OBS and then turned down on my actual speakers. We are playing on the Thunderstrike EU server on World of Warcraft, the Burning Crusade Anniversary. But what about the voices? Oh, obviously you can hear mine, but I don't need to hear anything else, do I? That's purely superfluous. Is it Will? Yes. Yes, Will was lovely. Isn't that a bit boring for you? Stormite, no, I was born with the MMORPG autism. It was in my veins from the start. Like, I'm pretty sure when I was like 3 days old, I just started cutting trees and fishing. I knew that's what you needed to do. I missed the joke. What was the joke I missed? Oh, hang on. Let me just actually tank for a minute. The great thing about this is I don't need to worry about holding aggro. I know that I'm going to have the aggro. A Cloak of Fiery Wrath, plus 14 fire spell damage. I don't know that. You're still missing RF, though. What's the RF? How does the fire cloak look? It looks pretty cool. It's weird a fire cloak is blue, but I'm glad it looks cool. Oh yeah, I forgot Righteous Fury's not up. I knew there was something I was missing. Righteous Fury, and there's a guy there killing the Yetis outside. I might need to go back into the cave. I need 2 more Yeti skins. And it seems that the Yetis out here have been farmed, which might mean that I need to return to the cave. Oh, okay, fine. Back into the cave we go. Farmed by you. Yeah, the ones in the cave are dead. That's understandable. The ones outside, you don't have the skins, Yeti. I don't. I really don't. Oh, hang on. What's this robot? Oh, that's the robot that would have crashed and... Oh, is this the... This is Feralis. And this is where you have to bring the core back to. Got it. I know what I'm doing now. Let me just... Okay, now I've got to actually kill this guy properly. God damn, give me your skin! There's 3 robot quests. I've already got the distress beacon for 1 of them. I've got the Tanaris distress beacon. Josh, how do you deal with the voices in your head telling you to do terrible things while sitting in silence? Well, I don't think there's anything much worse than subjecting people to watching me ramble for 4 hours while playing a 21-year-old RPG. And you all seem fine with that, so I think we're actually doing okay. That and murder, you just kind of honestly deal with. I have gained almost 1/5 of a level by just grinding on some Yetis. Just add my voice to the one in your head. If any of you ever need to hear a voice in your head, you have permission to use mine. If it's a choice between that and AI, just go with mine, guys. Ah, the old Yeti grinding strat classic. In gay culture, does a bear evolve into a Yeti if they don't shave at all? I know that was a kind of out of left field question, but I'm curious. I need to know if there's like a hierarchy. These Yetis do not want me to have their skin. I will, however, eat their hams. You think they stay bears. Okay, so there's no, like, super evolution. Do twinks become bears in the life cycle? I think twinks evolve into otters. From what I've been able to glean, twinks become otters. I think. "44 already. I am aging quickly, it's true." God damn, it's just... there's just no skin. There's just no skin on these Yetis. Tell you what, though. The survivability of the Paladin is pretty good. They've got no skin in the game, that's the problem. Do you have to type dance before you skin them? If you are trying to grab Yeti skin, I think your dancing skills have already been proven pretty good at the gay bar. Because in my mind, in my own canon, a Yeti is now just an evolved bear. They say there's more than one way to skin a Yeti, but I don't know what it is, so I'm just going to keep hitting them. There's some iron back there as well. WoW had twinks in Classic, but you wouldn't get otters until Dragonflight. Got it. I'm learning. Right, one more Yeti needs to give me their skin and then I'm gone. You. Give me your skin. I have Crusader sealed, I have Crusader judged, I have Seal of Righteousness. You are weak to holy damage. Have a consecration, have a holy shield. Everything you are doing now is putting damage back onto you. Let me stun you, give me your skin. Thank you very much. Off we go. Can't believe that worked. Shield Bash. I don't think I have Shield Bash as an attack. Is Shield Bash a thing I should have? Don't have it. Is Shield Bash a warrior thing? Yeah, Shield Bash is warrior. Gotcha. Just warriors get it, not me, unfortunately. I get Holy Shield. Calling out skills like anime moves is known to increase drop chances. I will narrate the first time we do Molten Core as if it's an anime-style battle. But only if I'm able to read out the names of every boss as if I'm an anime character reading something for the first time. And I don't know what it is that I'm reading. The Tyrant's Arm Guards. Hang on. 167 armor, so it's more armor. Strength, stamina, and spirit. Whereas I've got agility and strength. Slightly more armor. Stamina. That's pretty... Is that good? I'd lose agility, but I would gain strength, stamina, and spirit. And then I just stick on a... Yeah, that's better for me. That's amazing. Fantastic. How does it look? The same, pretty much. Let me enchant those. Yeah, let's equip those, then enchant them. And we've got some actual metal gloves going on. Love this for me. Will I do it with the Japanese accent? No. Remember when we made the racism tier list? That was quite high. It's very important that you remember that because I'm English, I'm only allowed to do certain accents. The what? When I say the racism tier list, it sounds bad. It's not as bad as it sounds. We decided to try and make a tier list of accents that I am allowed to do being an English actor based on how racist doing that accent is. So, English actor doing an English accent, fine. English accent from a different county, also fine. Scottish, Irish, Welsh, fine, as long as you're not taking the piss out of the Irish or the Scottish. Welsh is fine. French, fine, but why would you? Germany, it very, very much depends on context. There's a lot of history there. Spain, if you're doing it to enhance how sexy you are, yes. If you're doing it to take the piss, no. Then we get a bit further away. We get into, like, India. I think the problem is that almost all English accents, when an English person is trying to do an accent, it devolves into Indian without meaning to. But not in, like, an insulting way, just in an inflection way. It eventually becomes Apu from The Simpsons. China, this is when you start getting to, no matter how well you do it, it just seems a bit racist. And that was what the tier list was basically about. Russian is an interesting one because I don't think the Russians care. But I think other people will get offended on their behalf. But I don't think anyone from Russia is going to be offended that you're doing the accent. And that raises the question, what if you offend someone on someone else's behalf? Is that still counted? Because you've offended that person, but they're only offended because they think that they're protecting or championing someone else. Which is kind of stupid in a way. Like, maybe this is a controversial opinion. If something genuinely upsets you, that's totally okay. But it's weird when they're like, hey, I'm upset because the thing you did might upset other people. I'm like, okay, so you aren't upset. They're like, no, I am, but I'm upset on someone else's behalf. I'm like, okay, are they not able to be upset by themselves? You have no idea how little Britain got away with it for so long. They definitely pushed the boundaries, didn't they? There was some boundary pushing going on there. Right, I need to kill a brute and a warlock. Let's see how one kills a brute and also a warlock. Let's just go this way and then left. I don't want to fight the bear. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. You know what? I will fight the bear. I've killed some yetis. I'll kill a bear. Let's go. So anyway, that's basically what the racism tier list was. It was the appropriateness of me doing the accent. And then I gave a dwarf in the game an Indian accent, and everyone kind of went, whoa! And now think, I don't know if I'm right, but I think I'm cancelled. There needs to be like a big website where we can just work out whether you are or aren't cancelled at any given time. It was very funny, though. Yeah, you know what? That's true. In my defense, it was very funny. And I think, if anything, that's the best defense. So it's okay to be racist if it's funny. It's less bad. Like, let's just be honest. It's less bad. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's less bad. And I think we can all agree on that. You're like a moderate Ricky Gervais. Well, I like to think that I'm, you know, funny. So not exactly like Ricky Gervais. But I'll take the moderate part. There we go. That's a slam. If it upsets him... Oh, are you offended? Oh, are you offended at my little joke? And the voice that I'm going to do, the little high-pitched voice when you're offended? Oh, I can't wait for my little jokes to offend you. Oh, are you offended? No, Ricky, you're just not very funny. And you're pushing on the fact that other people are upset at your comedy to make it seem like it's good comedy. It's not good comedy. You're just annoyed that people aren't upset anymore. Is this hardcore? Emotionally, yes. Gameplay-wise, no. Is it okay for you to do a British accent? Oh yeah, do it. None of us will care. Give it a go. Ricky is hilarious. Ricky is really funny when he's saying things that Stephen Merchant has written. Like, you put him in a room with Stephen Merchant and Carl Pilkington, phenomenal comedy. The XFM radio stuff, still some of the funniest stuff in the world. Absolutely fantastic. I think he works really well as an ingredient within a comedy cake. However, as an ingredient on his own, doesn't work. You guys ever tried to drink vanilla essence that you add a couple of drops to when you're making a cake? You add a couple of drops of vanilla essence to like a cake or icing, absolutely improves it. Fantastic, 100% brilliant stuff. Drinking straight vanilla essence, not good. Carl Pilkington is 53 now and still a head like an orange. Ricky has made some fantastic stuff, but unfortunately I feel that his recent stuff is banking on the fact that he's upset that people are watching it, as opposed to actually making good comedy. Alley Cats was anti-comedy. Alley Cats is not funny. I did watch it, I didn't laugh. I think that he's too busy trying to tell you how funny he is and not busy enough just writing good jokes. But the old stuff, brilliant. That's fair. I'm not going to say that someone's failure now is going to remove all of their successes before. His old stuff, spot on. Genuinely brilliant. I thought there were some funny moments in Afterlife. Not a lot, but some. I feel, unfortunately, he's very much fallen into the entire ideology of, I'm going to say the things that are offensive and therefore you have to laugh at this out of awkwardness, as opposed to, I'm going to say things that are actually really funny and you're going to laugh out of comedic timing. Do I think I have reached or passed my peak? Oh, very much past it. It's all downhill from here. This is me just doing the tours afterwards. You aren't allowed to make jokes nowadays. When did that happen? When did that law come in? It is entirely possible to make extremely offensive jokes and have them be funny. The perfect example of this is one of my favorite comedians, Anthony Jeselnik. Anthony Jeselnik is phenomenally funny because he understands that you can approach incredibly dark subjects, and as long as you find the comedy within them, then people will laugh at the joke. The problem is that what you can't do is just take the concept of an offensive thing, talk about it for a bit, explain how offended everyone is, and then call yourself a good comedian. If you want to punch up at stuff, that's fine. If you want to say, oh, you can't even say anything anymore, what about this offensive thing? I'm like, you've not made a joke. You've just said that people are offended. You've not followed it up with any level of comedy. And now you're upset when people say you aren't funny. They'll say, oh, they're just offended. No. It's very possible to make extremely offensive jokes funny. Do I like Shane Gillis? I haven't seen much of his work, so I wouldn't know. Live comedy is absolutely a kind of agreement between the audience and the comedian. And you know what? Sometimes it's just not my style. There's lots of comedians out there that are very funny for certain people, but I just don't get. I find it difficult to deconstruct the joke when the joke relies on a level of social or moral superiority and almost finding a level of smugness within that superiority. Like, you've not written a punchline. You've not written a setup. You've not written a subversion. You've written a, hey, let's all collectively understand that we think or feel this, and then laugh at how we all feel better about it. I mean, there are some comedians that I don't find funny, but I can see that they are objectively trying to at least structure a joke. And there are a couple of comedians and their entire joke structure just seems to be, this thing, am I right? I'm like, you haven't said anything. I don't know if you're right or not. Say something and then we'll see if you are indeed right about it, because you might be. But you haven't said anything. You've just asked if you're right. What about Jimmy Carr and how he handles hecklers? Jimmy Carr, I think, is very funny. I think Jimmy Carr does an incredible job with a technique that we tend to call framework jokes or scaffolding. And if I point it out, you will notice that a lot of comedians do it. And I do it whenever I am trying to make a joke online. People think that improvisation just means coming up with a brand new thing that's never been done all the time. No, it's not that. Sometimes improvisation is taking techniques that you know work and putting them together in an interesting way. Improvising a meal is not cooking something that's never been cooked before. It's understanding that there are some fundamental basics of cooking that you can then combine. For example, if you see Jimmy Carr handling a heckler and they're a young person and they're sat with their parents, as soon as he goes, are these your parents? He'll go, yeah. He'll go, you never stood a fucking chance, did you? Which is obviously, let's just joke about the fact that there's going to be something funny about the parents there. But when you notice that he does it with every heckler that's sat by the parents because it always gets a laugh, you realize that he's not necessarily improvising brand new material. He's going back to the structured framework within the improvisation that works. And every good showman does this. Jimmy's just really good at hiding the fact that he's doing it. So it's totally possible to work out that framework. It's like Jimmy does really well at setting something up and then having a punchline. That's great. He's also extremely experienced. The more you do comedy, the more you do shows, the more kind of ready quips you already have. He is very witty, but he's also got an excellent memory. A lot of good comedians are just really good at remembering things as well. If you binge watch a lot of Jimmy Carr's material, you will come to notice the invisible framework, the structure that the jokes are built within. And it's a very good structure. I'm not disparaging him from being an exceptional comedian. I've seen him live. He's very funny. He's very witty. But sometimes being witty is not having the ability to make up something brand new on the spot. It's having the ability to search through the massive bank of everything you already know and work out how you can make that work. Does that make sense? That's sometimes the best thing that you can do. Where is the Feralis? Oh, there you are, over there, the Hippogriff Master. So sometimes good comedians will make the same structural joke. They'll just replace like a Mad Lib style thing every time. It's the same with all comedians, yeah. Most of what he does is, and sometimes I think that this can actually come across as quite insulting to a lot of comedians who do spend a lot of time practicing their craft. Some people have said, oh, he's just really witty. Oh, he's just very funny, as if it's a fully natural thing that just happens. A lot of comedians and a lot of entertainers spend a long time working on that skill. They memorize a huge amount of jokes and comebacks. They remember a huge amount of situations. They work on how do we make the framework of this situation work for us. You can memorize the jokes. You can memorize the punchlines. As long as you tell them with a level of natural conviction, it will still work. The trick is to make it seem natural. I think it was, I forget the comedian that said it, but there was a famous saying in the comedy world, and the saying is, the most important thing in entertainment is to be genuine. And if you can fake that, you've got it made. What's the most important thing about comedy? Timing. Sorry. What's the most important thing about comedy? Timing. Is this a race to world first stream? Yes, I'm just very slow. The reason this can come across as insulting to comedians is it sometimes downplays the amount of effort and time that a comedian has put into just learning their show. Bo Burnham is an excellent example of this. Bo Burnham has a joke about him improvising things, and then you realize that the joke about improvising is actually incredibly well rehearsed. You, please fly me to Feralis. But you do also need to be able to write some good jokes. Have I ever seen Would I Lie to You? Yes, great show. What's in the homework folder? Just hentai. But it's always difficult to work out what... A bit of fluff on the floor. Always difficult to work out what people do and don't find funny, because there'll be many people that say you do find this funny. Your sense of humor can be set when you were a child. When you were young, what you found funny is often influenced by what other people around you found funny and laughed at, because you then learned to laugh at this. You'll find this. What's in the hentai folder? Taxes. Can I recommend you some hentai before you sleep? Yeah, you should go and watch Akira. Starts off weird, but it gets great toward the end. So a lot of people, when they say, oh, I find this funny, it's because their parents watched it, it's because their grandparents watched it, it's because their friends at the time watched it. You could show someone who has never experienced a certain type of comedy a film in that style of comedy, and they won't find it funny at all because they don't understand the comedic beats that the film is following. But you show them a film that follows a style of comedy that they've known since they were a child, and suddenly, oh yeah, they get why this is funny. I mean, have any of you ever had a friend say to you, oh my god, you should watch this film, it's so funny, and then you watch it together and you just don't find it funny at all? That can sometimes happen because when your friend was younger, that was the kind of comedy that their parents and their family liked. Or when someone comes along to you and says, watch this YouTube video, it's so funny, and you're just kind of sat there going, yep, LOL. What people find funny is set by many things. Social cues are one of them. I think when I was a kid, I just never found Jackass particularly funny. Like, I think the film was interesting, but when I was in high school, like, Jackass was huge. And I tried to watch it, and because my mom and my dad and my grandparents never watched that kind of stuff, I never found it that funny. But then you take something like Black Books, which I thought was hilarious, and a lot of the people that I was friends with, they didn't find that funny.
Have a good one. Hey there. See you later.
But I'm not saying that Jackass is bad. I'll say that I don't think it's comedy that was made with me in mind. And that's fine. Not all comedy needs to be made with me in mind. And other people can find other things funny as well. That's the important thing. Yeah, like Blazing Saddles and Spaceballs. I think Blazing Saddles is very funny. However, in order to find Blazing Saddles funny, you need to at least have a base understanding of the tropes that it is mocking. Because a lot of comedy comes from setting something up and then doing something unexpected. And you laugh at the unexpected nature of the thing. Blazing Saddles is a brilliant satire, but you need to understand kind of the general social views at the time and what cowboy films were trying to be and what Looney Tunes was. How about stuff like Kung Pao, Enter the Fist? I'm going to be real, I actually don't find much of Kung Pao funny. I've watched it. I know that people are like, this is objectively the funniest film ever made. I find a lot of Kung Pao, Enter the Fist very cringy. Like, I think it's trying too hard to be funny. Whereas I'll watch something like Kung Fu Hustle that I think is very funny. Shaolin Soccer was decent, yeah. Four Lions is hilarious. I find it hilarious. But in order to find Four Lions funny, you have to have probably a very British upbringing. And that, because it's kind of like Four Lions really plays on a lot of British stereotypes. And I will still occasionally look at my friends and just go, Rubber Dinghy Rapids, bro. And they're like, Rubber Dinghy Rapids. Would you kill me? Would you kill me, bro? I would. I'd kill you, bro. How would you do it? Well, I'd get this. I'd get this steak, right? Yeah. Then I'd run you over with tractor. It's just, that is unexpected. That line gets me every time. Four Lions, if you haven't seen it, is a film about four terrorists in middle-class Britain trying to become soldiers of the Mujahideen, but they are completely incompetent. It's very, very funny. When he walks into a shop attempting to avoid CCTV by just doing that, it's brilliant. But again, in order to find that funny, you have to have at least a level of cultural kind of experience within that framework. Comedy is super interesting to me because, again, it's set during your childhood. It's set during your friends and family, your peers, and any of the people you're close to. If you're shown something when you're young and people around you laugh at it, you will have a laugh response to that, most likely. Not always, but most likely. It's all about when you've seen before. I mean, remember watching I'm Alan Partridge for the first time when I was about 15. And I found that hilarious. And now I always quote and laugh at anything Alan Partridge. And you know what's also really important about comedy, and people don't talk about this enough. We spoke about this yesterday. You know how there are cultural and social signifiers, symbols that connect us together by allowing people to see if they're in the in-group or the out-group, to see how connected they are. That kind of, prove that you're part of this culture. Quoting comedy at each other is one of those amazing shibboleths of working out when we are there. A lot of people won't find Philomena Kunk funny, but I do. Yeah, Alan Partridge is a genius character. At first we were laughing at him for being on TV, but now we know we were laughing at the TV networks who let a man like him on TV because it's just normal. Humor is cultural. And it's not only varied country to country, it's also varied culture to culture within those countries. What's up? Hang on, give me a second. User not taken. Is there any VOD? I'm just scrolling back up. It was an important question. Give me a sec. I can see people are asking important questions here. And I want to make sure that I'm reading things correctly. Trying to make sure that I'm keeping up with the chat. There we go. Give me a second. Scrolling up, there was a... Receiver, what was the mask slipping thing? Trying to make sure I'm reading your messages and catching up. Do I ever watch the abridged series like Dragon Ball? I do. I do. Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged was fantastic. And I actually enjoyed Supernatural Abridged. It wasn't received as well. Right, where are we grabbing? Ooh, a level 49 quest. I can probably do that. Let's give it a go. Let's grab that. Then let's go and grab... Ooh, okay. Some more stuff from over there. Yu-Gi-Oh! Bridge was very funny. Is there meant to be... it's probably behind here, isn't it? Friendly reminder that I'm working overtime. I am indeed. I'm going to grab these quests. And then I will probably go and do a bit of grinding. And we'll see... Oh, yeah, there we go. The Dune Mall Brute and Enforcers. What is this quest? Oh, it's the Eggomatic. Needs a Hippogriff egg. I haven't got that yet. It is indeed after hours now, so I'm going to head off. Nah, you can get very aggressive, not in the mood for that. Oh, hang on. Give me a sec. I want to make sure I'm actually reading it. Aren't him and his mods going to block anyone now for the slightest bit of criticism after his experiment making his mask slip so much? Oh, do you mean that when I did the 100 days streaming, it became remarkably stressful and I would occasionally snap at people? Yeah, that was a very human response of me and a very angry response of me. And what I want to do when I'm streaming is I don't want to hide away from the more negative, natural sides. Oh, he asked if I ever smile. That's what he was replying to. No. So I would say that the experiment definitely challenged me mentally and physically. And there were definitely some weaker emotional moments. And there were definitely moments when I would lash out at people. That's undeniable. There have been moments that I've apologized for that. There have been moments when I've made entire videos apologizing for things that I've got wrong. And what then I think concerns me the most is when I then get messages from people like yourself saying, let's just scroll back up, aren't him and his mods going to block anyone now for the slightest bit of criticism after his experiment making his mask slip so much? Implying that any criticism against me is just a ban-worthy thing. And the follow-up where you said, you can get very aggressive, not in the mood for that. I think the difference is dealing with people all day, every day, is of course a difficult emotional state to be in. And there'll be moments when I don't do that very well. And I think that just being honest with that and being direct with that is sometimes the fairest thing to do instead of pretending that I've got all the answers or can do it perfectly. When you say making the mask slip, I've never wanted to pretend that I'm a perfect person or be close to that. I've got a huge amount of flaws. I know that. And I'd rather be at least somewhat real and try and share those flaws with people in a more honest and of approaching way. But there are a lot of people online who want to engage in bad faith and I think want to be harsh. Now, I'm guessing, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, I'm guessing that you will never ever like me. And that's fine. If you want to never ever like me, that's okay. But I also do find it a little bit weird that so many people will pop into stream or come into chat in a way of almost attempting to farm negativity. In a way that when I am negative, they can sit back and go, I knew it. I knew it, see, straight away. Have we moved from whelming to overwhelming? There are some people online who I think are remarkably mentally unwell. Now, I'm not just going to try and push the criticism aside and go, everyone that says bad things about me is mentally ill. No, not at all. There are many people who have got completely legitimate criticisms of me. And whenever I've heard those criticisms of me, brilliant, fantastic. I can reflect on those, I can grow from those. But if the energy is just, I don't like you, and I want you to give me a reason to not like you, because I've seen the times that you've been less than great, then, okay. I don't know what I can do for you. I don't know how I can help, because if you're spending that much time effectively attempting to farm negative human interactions, you've got to be really, honestly, at this point, desperate for someone to say something nice. Like, if you want to come in here if you're having a bad day and hang out and be friends, that's cool. We can do that. I don't want to just say hateful, horrible, hurtful things. I'm sure that I will as I go through life. Because, you know, we all suck at some points. And sometimes our friends and our fellow peers and people that respect us to any level of degree can sit us down and be like, hey man, you made a mistake there. Like, that was wrong, that was negative, and you sucked, you hurt people. And hopefully if we're able to go, you know what? Yeah, I did. That was a mistake, I shouldn't have done that, I want to grow up and be better than that. I think one of the things that really irritates me on the internet is there are so many people who love to say the phrase, be better. Because by saying that, they are effectively holding a level of moral judgment over other people by saying be better. But what really gets to me is the same people when the people they've told to be better actually try and do better, they then revel in reminding them of the times they did worse. They will say be better, and then when you do that, they will then often hit you back with, well, don't forget when you did this. Don't forget who you used to be. Don't forget you're still this person. Oh, hang on, aren't you the guy that did this? And I'm thinking, do you want me to be better? Or do you want me to be reminded of a time I was worse constantly? If you don't let people improve, if you don't show people a level of civility or at least understanding when they improve, what's the point of improving? Because otherwise what you're doing is you're holding someone to their mistake forever. And some mistakes, I get it. You want to hold someone to it forever. I'm not saying forgive everyone for everything. That's a silly thing to say. But it always worries me whenever people... Because I've had people email me, message me on Instagram, message me on Discord, message me on Twitter. And the essence of the message is basically, remember when you were a shit person. And I'm thinking, what's the point of this message? Do you want me to feel bad for doing the things? Or do you want me to be better and try and move on past them? So yeah, sometimes I worry about people. I worry about people because they seem to have nothing better to do than treating streaming and YouTubers and general drama like it's the most important thing for them. I guess what makes me sad about it is I can never turn off the part of my brain that was related to teaching. And I see it as unhappy and angry and sad students. And there is always a reason for that. There is always a specific thing that's caused it. There's always a moment. And I don't want to just discount it. And I don't want to ignore it and look past it. There's got to be something that's causing that. And I would rather at least attempt to work out what that is and be someone's friend with that. I think it worries me because I know that these are the exact same people who will act like that in real life to people. Normally it is younger people. Did I ever lose my cool in front of students? Thankfully, no. I would always leave the room before that ever happened. You're farming... Can other people see that message, or is that just... Hang on. I appreciate you actually responding. Is that just me that can see the message, or can other people see it? You say, okay, cool. You're farming drama on one of your YouTube channels. Which one? Even making up stories that never happened. Messages that were never exchanged, which you can't even understand. What's the point of that? Do you like misrepresenting people you don't like and complain when others mischaracterize you? I mean, yes. Because you replied to people in YouTube comments who you felt mischaracterized you. Yeah. I'm farming drama on one of my YouTube channels. Do you mean JoshStrifeSays? I don't run that YouTube channel. That's just clips from this stream. If a clip wants to get views, then Visa can clip it and it can get views. He's got my full authority and respect to do that. Messages that were never exchanged, which you can't even misunderstand. Okay? What's the point of that? Do you like misrepresenting people you don't like? I try not to misrepresent people, but if I have done that with those people, then they're welcome to tell me. Is this the guy that sent you unhinged messages? It might be. You should have fired Visa or tell him not to upload some clips. I don't employ Visa. The agreement that I have with Visa is one of very strong mutual respect, and I have informed Visa that if there are ever clips that I believe are abusive, offensive, or straight up unfair, if I ask him to take them down, he does. And that is at his expense, because obviously the channel is monetized to Visa. Now, I have asked him to do that a few times before. One of them was when he uploaded a clip of me talking about some money advice, and someone contacted me saying, "Hey Josh, I'm actually an accountant, you were straight up wrong with this." And I went, okay, in that case, I don't want that out on, because that is just straight up wrong information. I tried not to ask him to ever take things down, because that's a channel that I don't necessarily want to interfere with. I think we've had to have like 3 videos taken down over about 4 years now. But what I'm not going to do is get one guide and pulled into a conversation on that. Many people have problems with me for many reasons, and some people don't like me no matter what I do. Did I teach in the UK? I did, many years ago. I've not been in education for a while. Ironically, I taught drama. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm sure I've said some things on this stream that many people would consider toxic. Matey, I don't like you because my hairline is receding, to be honest. Matey, one of the most supportive subreddits in the world is bald. Anyone will post a picture of themselves and a receding hairline, and they will all respond with the same meme reaction picture of "it's time." Do I think drama should be a mandatory subject? Yes. The reason for that is that drama teaches you to empathize. It teaches you to understand a point of view from someone else's point of view. It teaches you to live somebody else's life. It teaches you to communicate with another human being. It's a much more complicated thing. There are people in the world who won't like me. That's absolutely fine. How do you know about the bald Reddit? Who slipped? It's very funny and very supportive. So there's a lot of people who want to be against me, and that's totally fine. That's okay. I can't make anyone like me. The question is, when someone comes in here with a negative opinion of me, which is totally okay. I don't mind if people don't like me. That's okay. If somebody comes in with a negative opinion, I often have to ask the question, is there anything I could do, realistically, that would change that? And some people sometimes say to me, yeah, you could delete your channel. I'm like, that's not something that you want me to do that would make you happy. That is you looking to have power and dominion and punish me. That's not something that would actually improve or affect anything, because people have genuinely said that. But sometimes when I say, is there something I could do that would actually help? They're like, yes, you could do something that would cause you personal harm. You could do something that would cause you financial harm. You could do something that would cause you social harm. And at this point, I realized it's not actually about connecting. It's about punishment. It's about some people want or need me to suffer. And if me suffering is the only thing that would possibly bring that person a level of satisfaction, have I caused them to suffer in the same way? And if I have, damn, I've never told anyone to do that. I've never said delete your channel to someone. I think, yes, some people, the way that they know that I'm apologetic is by being willing to suffer for them. And that to me is a shame. Because I don't want to think that mutual suffering is the only way that people are able to connect. Oh, Perion, that's very true. The idea of drama only really works if you have someone to teach you and take you through the process of learning it. It's a much more complicated way of doing it. See, I think that there are a lot of people that whenever I say, okay, look, what would make you happy? What would make you happy? And they respond with an answer that is, you could do this, 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 or this. And I'm thinking, so you would be happy if I suffered. You would be happy if I was unhappy. You would be happy if I was unsuccessful. You would be happy if I was gone. That seems like a remarkably parasocial way to live. There are many people whom I would probably be happier in life if I wasn't around them, or if I wasn't listening to them, or if I didn't look at them. And one way that I effectively achieve that is by not listening to them, or not looking at them, or not being around them. There are things in life that I know if I listen to, or watch, or engage with, they're going to make me angry. So what I do is not engage with that. I don't want to watch that TV show or that film or listen to that podcast. I don't want to read that blog article because I know it's going to make me angry. It's not important to be, well, it's not smart to be ignorant. Make sure that you're still informed. But if I know that the only information that I'm going to get is a level of anger, then no. You find it odd that I'm eloquent, give the party time to express themselves, and yet I'm the bad guy. Would they rather you tell them to fuck off? Some people would rather that, yes, genuinely. I think some people would absolutely, genuinely rather that I just say that to them. Because the problem is, when I do that, it almost justifies them. It vindicates them. There are many things, many things that can irritate people. But I've often believed, and I don't think I'll ever stop believing this, that hurt people hurt people. I have never known someone to be a competent and confident and relatively well put together person engage in a huge amount of hateful rhetoric. I've seen very few people who are actually content in life engage in behavior that would show that they are extremely angry at another person. On the flip side, if somebody said to you to do this and it was a legitimate thing, would I take it into consideration? Absolutely. See, unrequested advice is criticism. That's what it is. And sometimes people give me advice all the time, which effectively comes across as criticism. And as a human being critiqued is annoying. Being critiqued is really irritating. And sometimes you get a lot of critique very quickly. So you have to occasionally step back and be like, how much of this was that person being angry and needing to vent? How much of it was genuinely coming from a place of love and care? I've often said to people, be very careful about taking criticism from people that you wouldn't go to for feedback. There are many people that I know that I would go to for feedback. And if they critique me, I know that it's coming from a place of love. Like if I have a big YouTuber or a big Twitch streamer or a friend of mine message me and be like, hey man, here's some critique. I know that they're not doing it to tear me down because they don't succeed if I get torn down. They're doing it to build me up. And that I appreciate. When someone reaches out to critique, that's fine. You've got to sit with it. You've got to find that kernel of truth within it, instead of just taking it on as, hey, I'm going to tell you why you're wrong and why everything you're doing is wrong. It's difficult. It's very difficult. It's the way we put together the words also matters. Oh, God, yeah. The delivery system of any kind of critique is, if anything, as important, potentially even more so, than the critique itself. But to sit here and say that I'm perfect would be obviously a lie. We all know that. I'll joke about it. You know, me being like, oh, I'm the best paladin. I know that I'm competent enough. But I know I'm not the best. This place does look like the Zerg, doesn't it? This straight up looks like the Zerg. So a lot of people do like to come in here with a very negative attitude, and of course what I don't want to do is ignore them, but I do also understand that engaging with negativity in any way is taking a tiny amount of psychic chip damage. I'm not immune to it. If I was immune to negativity, I would be a complete sociopath. I'd be a psychopath. I'm not immune to it. But at the same time, I like to think that my resistance to it is high enough. Is it 100%? Of course not, which is why when I'm streaming for 8 hours a day for 100 days, I got incredibly irritated, incredibly annoyed, incredibly kind of tetchy at the whole thing. And obviously, when you say the mask slipped, me trying to be a decent, respectful person that makes some jokes is not a mask. This is me just trying to be the person that I think that I want to be. And when that gets worn down and I end up lashing out and being rude and punching back at people, that's not the mask slipping. I'm not wearing a mask. That's me responding as a human. That's, if anything, a natural, genuine reaction. I'm not trying to hide that from anyone. There are some messages you can't get wrong, even if you just skim over them, and you still make up messages that were never sent. You just make them look goofy with your fake narration visa uploads to YouTube. I've seen some that don't line up with your narration on your streams. Does that make you feel cool? Were you the guy that sent me multiple essays about how feminism doesn't work? Is that what this is? Did I block you on Discord because you sent me multiple rambling messages about the fact that you've got studies that disprove feminism and you don't like it and you hate it and all that jazz? Is that what this is? I can't remember your Discord name because I blocked you and then just moved on. No, multiple people showed me their exchanges with you. Gotcha, you're not that guy. You're somebody else. Okay. Do you mean when people comment shitty things on YouTube and I respond to them in a sassy way? Yeah, that's just what I do when I'm having a poo. If I'm going to be getting rid of some shit, then I might as well just, you know, multitask. Oh, the other guy was really weird. Yeah, that was a lot of messages on Discord. I mean, if other people are showing you messages from me to you, and they're... I don't understand how this has become so serious. Is there now some kind of council checking on me? You've just come from YouTube. What did I miss? Samurai. Oh, man, unfortunately you arrived at the end. So you've very much missed drama, I think. Can't you answer my question before your questions? How much attention do you pay to what you read? Looked very bad faith. Is this Anarchy Online again? I'm going to need to kind of narrow down. Look, I've upset a lot of people. And I need to narrow it down to kind of where I've done the upset. Because it could have been Anarchy Online. It could have been... To be fair, it could have been a lot of things. You guess you missed nothing then. No, I was a dick on YouTube to some people, without a doubt. Josh, please stop upsetting people. I can't. It could be Terra. You know Terra's still going on console. Terra is still there. I'll level with you. I'll be completely straight up honest. I don't remember most of what I post on YouTube. If it's a comment that immediately emotionally gets to me, I will do an emotional reply and then I will immediately forget. Like, if you show me a comment that I've made on YouTube that makes me sound like a dick, I'll be like, yeah, I was a dick. That's probably what happened. You think it's the Metin 2 community? No, honestly, all love to Eastern Europe. Metin 2 were really cool. Like, a couple of the guys in general were like, hey, this guy doesn't get it. But I think most people who played Turkey, a lot of people in Turkey played Metin 2, and they were just stoked with the video in general. Oh, the Templar MMO thing, that was Otherland, a novel by Tad Williams that you should look into reading. So, a lot of people in Turkey played Metin 2. They had a really good time. But no, the comments on YouTube are generally just me replying in the moment and then moving on. I don't have a lot of time to read all the comments, but they do get sent to my phone. I do get to see the notifications. And if something immediately emotionally gets me, I will respond to it. And then I will forget that I responded to it and then go and do my job and just make more videos. Was Metin too big in Romania? It was a real kind of Eastern European thing, wasn't it? I don't remember half the stuff that I say on YouTube, without a doubt. And most of it gets hidden from me anyway, because YouTube has a really strong kind of spam filter for it. I've had people message me saying, hey man, you're blocking my YouTube messages. I'm like, I'm not. You're just typing so badly the spam filter's being triggered. Right, anyway, I have streamed for an extra 40 minutes. You sly dog. You got me monologuing. That's what you did. You were like, hey, we're going to emotionally respond to this guy by telling him that he's awful. And, oh, yeah, I see what you did there. You got 40 minutes out of content. God damn, you cheeky little chap. 40 minutes of content. So, you are going to be... I'm just assuming the guy that hates me is still here. You are going to be thrilled when you realize that you can just not watch my videos and not watch the Twitch streams. There are other YouTubers, there are other Twitch streamers, and I think it would probably be best for both of us, mental health-wise, if we didn't engage much. You need to pay attention to what you're reading and narrate accurately. If you're doing it in good faith, it doesn't add up that you make up messages which make you look good and make them more ridiculous. Just faithful narration would be the bare minimum. Okay, receiver of wisdom. I am going to make a meme, and I am going to draw myself as the Chad in that meme. And I am going to draw anyone else as the Soy Jack, because then I win. That's just how it goes. I'm sorry, but you've brought a keyboard to a microphone fight. And I've got the better equipment here. I'm just going to be able to come back at you quicker. But you know what? That's fair. That's totally fair. I need to pay attention to what I'm reading and narrate more accurately. If you're doing this, it does say that you are suspiciously potentially ban evading. And it's really interesting that we've got a lot of messages from there. But you'll notice as well that you've been critiquing me for 40 minutes now, and neither me nor the mods have banned you. And I know that you say you can get very aggressive, not in the mood for that, and yet we've had a half-hour conversation where I've definitely been sassy, but I wouldn't say aggressive. You can farm me for Visa clips. That's Visa's choice. I don't worry. I wonder what kind of people you are because you didn't look good during your experiment. No, the 100 days experiment absolutely, definitely mentally drained me, and I think one of the really important parts about that was... the fact that's what I realized. I didn't look good during the 100-day experiment because not everything about this is about making me look good. Sometimes it's about genuine connection. Sometimes it's about the fact that I didn't look good, and that's kind of it's kind of the plan. It's kind of okay. But people that disagree with me, genuinely, are always welcome here. People that want to have an honest connection, you're welcome here. Even if you don't agree with everything I say, even if you agree with nothing I say, if you want to be here, you're going to be here. The only reason people get banned from being here is they are attempting to be genuinely offensive, or they are attacking or being offensive toward either other people in the stream or groups of people that I don't appreciate people being offensive toward. Would that make sense? I think we're kind of, yeah, completely fair with it. Bots, assholes, and scammers. And you can be against me without being an asshole. Judge yourself by your enemies. And some people that don't like me are people that I massively respect. Anyway, you've got me monologuing. Is this the Team America speech? You got 3 types of people in this world. You got your dicks, you got your assholes, and you got your pussies. One of the best speeches. Anyway, guys, go and chill out. Josh, I have a full loop PvP MMO idea. God, just when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. I genuinely think would actually work. Well done at making Albion Online. And I'd love to have a good faith debate on the subject. If you've got an idea, it's not a debate, that's just a business proposition. I'm not advertising or saying I have the cash to execute it, I just disagree that it wouldn't work. Okay? What would this debate be? Would this debate be you saying you think you have an idea that would work, and me saying it might work, go and make it? I'm not going to say, no, that won't work, because there is something out there for every type of gamer. It'd be a very short debate. It would actually be me hyping you up to go and make something. Go and do it. It might work, it might not, but give it a go. How did you think that debate was going to go? Do you think that I'm going to sit there and go, no! No more full loop PvP MMOs. They're stupid. They die. No one likes them. They make everyone unhappy. They don't specifically suit me. Therefore, you even having the idea is wrong. Just because a game doesn't suit me doesn't mean it's not going to suit somebody else. If you have an idea, go and make it. Fully support that. Go and be creative. It's risky. Take the risk. That was a very short debate. Honestly, I kind of did think that's how it would go. Lard, I don't win when there are fewer video games. I win when video gaming as a hobby, as a culture, grows and succeeds. I have no vested interest in a video game or a genre failing. I want genres to succeed. I want MMORPGs to be made. I want gamers to have more games to play. I want games to exist. I want developers to make money off games. I want gamers to have more choice. The reason I'm against MMORPGs being full loop PvP is that they often don't succeed and the developers get irritated that they don't succeed. Albion Online is a full loop PvP MMORPG that has added in a few PvE elements. I win. We all win when more video games get made and succeed and gamers have more choice. I don't hate full loop PvP MMORPGs. They're not for me. They don't appeal to me. And people make them and then they die and then they wonder why they die because the player base simply isn't big enough to support the amount that we've got. Make it. It might fail. But why would I tell you to not make something? Why would I, a person who loves games and being creative, tell you to not make something? Go and make it. Just be aware that when I tell you this, I'm telling it you as a business risk. Your dream is to make a game centered entirely around that idea. Then why on earth would you want to debate me about whether you should or shouldn't do it? When the only thing I'm going to say to you is go and follow your dream. Just be aware that it's risky. And with that, I'm going to go to bed. Who else is streaming? Because, you know, you guys don't want to be left alone with your thoughts, do you? Who's online? Zeppler's online. Go and say hi to Zeppler. We like Zeppler because she's playing. I think she's playing Final Fantasy XIV. Hang on. Yeah, go say hi to Zeppler. I don't think you've answered what you were making up stories that make a person look worse than they were. You like to look cool and make your enemies look bad, don't you? No, Wisdom. Before we leave, I'll just finish off with that. I don't like to make my enemies look bad because if my enemies look bad, then I look like a dick. I prefer my enemies to look like incredibly educated, very powerful, very influential, very charismatic people because then if they're my enemies, it makes me look better and gives me a better quality of battle. I don't want my enemies to look stupid, because then it makes me look like I'm not fighting anything. I also, and that's trolling again. Yeah, it is. I don't necessarily have enemies in the YouTube comment space. I don't know the people that I'm responding to. I don't know the creators that leave comments. I know a couple of people. I know what they do. I do or don't like them. I move on. I don't have enemies that I build against. I wake up, I make my silly little videos. I go to bed. If you're waking up and you're worrying about your digital enemies, that's a bit weird. And I really hope one day you can live more offline. Go and say hi to Zeppler. Take care. Good night. God bless.